1, 2, 3, 4. The wimp's on the loose, he's bought all the land. He's out for revenge, to hurt every man. He'll print all the food and drug every kid. Pretend like he's good, then hide what he did. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe till we have gates behind the bars. The geek's in control, he's changed his disguise. His chemical world will be your demise. He's sick and he's cruel and acts like he's God. Speaks on the stage while zombies applaud. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe till we have gates behind the bars. He's coming for you, his plans at the door. He's climbed through the windows, he's part of the war. He deals in the dark and buys his own truth. He'll package it up and he'll sell it to you. All the sheep will believe, afraid they will die, trapped by the one who has wrapped them in lies. The creep's not alone, he plots with his friends. The forum they have is a circle of sin. There's snakes all around who traffic and kill. They'll dope up the world with needles and pills. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Hey, hey. Nobody's safe till we have gates behind the bars. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Hey, hey. Nobody's safe till we have gates behind the bars.
Well, this won't be the last pandemic that we face. So we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say will get attention this time.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bran and Cooking with Mike B so far. The link is pinned for anybody who'd like to come up and join us. Tonight we have conversation first, and then we'll switch to music around 11 p.m. Eastern. And thanks to everybody coming in. It's good to see you all. Appreciate you all being here. A lot of you I just saw over at JM's a little bit ago. JM had his word game stream, and it was awesome. Always love your streams, JM, all of them, but especially the word one. I'm obsessed with that game, and I was glad I was able to catch some of it. It was really fun. Thank you to all of my mods who are here slinging links on YouTube and on Rumble, and thanks to everybody who's coming in saying hi over on Rumble. Hopefully we'll get some new faces in. And if one of my mods wants to drop the link to the YouTube stream over on Rumble, that would be great. And then if somebody can drop my Rumble link over on YouTube, that would be great as well. All right. Thanks again to everybody here. It's good to see you all. I saw Rescue, JM, Snooks, Tate, Anti, Cheryl, Grit and Grace. Good to see you here. Robert, much love to you. All right. Hey, Growl, how are you doing?
Finally recovered from Tate and I's 4 a.m. chat.
Yeah, those chats will happen, right?
How y'all doing?
We'll see how it goes tonight. We usually, for those who might not know, we usually go backstage after this stream, and sometimes it goes into the very wee hours of the morning.
Oh, Tate and I solved all the world problems over 6 hours.
Good to know. South Buddha, good to see you. I saw you in here earlier. Joe, much love to you. If I didn't shout out your name, please know that I am seeing you in here. Thank you, Anti, for sharing that link to Rumble. All right. Hopefully some of you can come on over and follow me over there.
Are you trying to make a permanent switch
Nowhere
over to
Man.
Rumble? I'm just curious, Indy. Like I was a real early Rumble backer, but it's just full of reptilian stuff until we get more people over. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah,
totally support you if you
I
go.
joined Rumble a while back, and I do follow some streamers over there because it's the only place that they stream. So I do try to get over there, and catch their streams. But it is a tricky move away from YouTube because people like to stay on YouTube, and you miss
I
the
do.
people you don't see.
I
Hey,
won't stop
Camellia.
using YouTube, but I will. If you move to Rumble, I will watch you there. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for that. Much love
Anybody
to you,
watching
Pat
Rumble,
Ozark.
sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
Anybody
Mary?
watching Rumble, you have to be really, really careful because over there
Good to
with
see
a
you,
bunch of that
Rescue.
stuff, because I noticed with other channels and that, and it's not fun. I don't mean it like that. It's like with the dark web and that, and don't hit a different link in that because it'll take you to this bad stuff with
yep.
You know what I'm talking
Well,
about,
I
right?
like,
No, you're talking
yeah,
my
I
problem
like,
with Rumble. It's 4chan. You got all the dark edges of the internet on Rumble.
right. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
it's
true of
really
pretty much
bad.
that's true of pretty much any of the freer speech, uncensored platforms. I've told this story, but whenever I'm still Twitter/X banned, whatever. But whenever I do click on a video and go over there, the next things that play are either like really abusive, like teenagers brawling, awfully, or porn. Like that's all that comes up whenever I go over there.
The
And so you
absolute
have to
worst thing
hold on, Mike, 1 second. You do have to be careful. But really quickly, I wanted to finish Growl's question. I'm not switching only to Rumble. I want it to be kind of built up over there in case this ever gets taken down because we really don't censor here much,
Good plan. Plan
And
B.
yeah,
That Plan
exactly.
B. Gotcha.
Yeah. Rescue, how are you doing? Thanks for coming up.
Oh, doing awesome. It's just busy day, and that's I wanted to just come by, because since you were going to have the conversation
Right,
first, and I
101.
figure, well, I'll come
Awesome.
Rescue,
support
I'll say
you.
this once again.
Yeah.
I'll say it again too. You're a wonderful person. You sound like the sheriff of Nottingham from the Robin Hood movie from the Disney.
Well, I ain't taking your shit, so it's all good, and feel free to hunt as much as you want.
No,
Good to see you, Metal. Anthony, much love.
Disrespect. No disrespect, brother. You sound like him. No disrespect. I love you, brother. No disrespect.
Oh, it's all
That's
good.
great. Hey, Native, good to
What's up,
see
everybody
you.
in chat?
Yeah, thanks for everybody coming in. Leslie, if I didn't say hi, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate seeing you guys all over here. If you have a post page and you'd like to share this out, I would really appreciate it. Just to get some new faces in here, and I know that not everybody gets notifications for this channel, so it would be great, especially at the new time.
We got to get you back on X because that's where I share out like most of the streamers. They post there, and then that's what I will double up. You know what I mean? We got to get you back on
Jam,
X.
for all you do. Hey, Bon. Yeah, I think in order to do that, I think I need to get like a burner phone or I think there's sites you can get like an extra phone number.
Yeah,
or
we
something.
talked about that you signed up with your phone number. I was like, oh, I avoid that at all costs. I make a new email. It's got those things. I have certain things that are attached to my phone number that I don't have a problem with. But yeah, when you make an account with a phone number, yeah, you gotta get a new phone.
Right. Good to see you, Mike.
Which sucks. But that's what I was telling you. You can get a Google number for free. And,
yeah. Sometime I'll figure it out and do the workaround.
Just watch out for Rumble because it was a year and a half ago that I stumbled upon this. I hit something, I hit the wrong thing, and I didn't mean to hit the wrong thing, and it took me to this other site, and there was like this. There was a pic of it, there was like an 8-year-old
Well,
girl.
yeah, okay.
up
Don't
like
explain.
a-
Hey, don't explain too much, especially on this platform. And we don't need to be
Okay,
picturing that.
and it was
But I hear
like
what
a
you're saying.
80-year-old dude. 80-year-old
Yeah,
dude. It's like,
Mike,
it's
Mike,
disgusting.
we
What's
don't
up,
need to hear
Brand?
all that. But
Nice to meet
Tate,
you,
thank
bro.
you so
What's
much
up,
for
dude?
the super chat. Appreciate that. And yes, that song was by 5 Times August. And I actually opened and closed with them last week. And I don't normally kind of feature a channel like that. But that song was new and too perfect for tonight for opening conversation. Pretty catchy, right? I think we can all be singing that one for a while. Billy, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Much love to you. Billy does really great morning streams. If you guys go and sub up Billy, you can go say hi. A lot of great familiar faces over there. And yeah, she's usually where I go if I either like fall asleep earlier than normal and wake up in the middle of the night, or if I'm still awake. But I like to get in there and say hi when I can.
Can you drop her link in chat so I can sub to her?
Yeah, I'm sure one of my mods will drop it in the YouTube chat. You can go back and get it later, or I can try to grab it in a little bit and put it in the private chat for you too.
Who is it?
For Billy.
Oh, you don't need Billy's link. She's kind of mean.
Hey,
No,
how to
I'm just kidding.
garden. Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
What a difference. Indy's like, I go there to chill out. And he's like, oh, it's all mean.
Oh, I'm just picking on Billy. She knows it.
I know.
Yeah.
It was just funny after Indy's like,
Matt,
I go there to hang out.
Matt, much love to you. No, Billy is someone who says things like they are, and I like that and appreciate that about her. I'm
Real
the same way,
straight
so I
shooter.
appreciate that. Yes, absolutely.
What is the
All
topic
right.
you opened with? I missed
Thanks,
what are we discussing?
Well, actually, I have a video I'm going to pull up here in just a minute. I've got quite a few videos tonight, you guys, but I think they're really important ones. And actually, Brand, before I pull that up, if you want to put that one at 1.25 speed, we'll just speed it up a little bit, try to get through it a little faster, because I do have a lot of videos
Indy,
tonight.
it's important. Indy is I get about maybe 13, maybe 15 more minutes I can be up here.
Awesome, Robert.
Out. So because I got 2 more cords of wood the other day, and I got to take care of that before winter. So
okay, well, we're going to be starting off talking about the vaccines and a lot of the truth that's coming out about them. Yeah. Mike, much love to you. I saw you come in earlier, but I don't know if I got to shout you out. Thanks for being here. So do you have any thoughts that you want to share about those, Mike, before you go? Sherry, much love to you.
Me? Me? The V's? Yeah. Well, we all know
right,
that
Native?
they committed the G word. They M'd us.
Yeah.
Most of us. They get rid of
the
the
Depop agendas in full swing.
I'll still say this to this day. In the 1800s, before nobody was allergic to anything, before they started prodding and poking us with all this stuff, and with Dr. Ouchie, he ended up doing that thing with the
good to see you,
gay
Peanut.
population, and they ended up dying because of that bullcrap with that. And now Bill Zuckerberg,
much love, Mo,
and Muskrat. They're all together, and why they'll have that meeting at the White House with who and that, and yeah, and now they're starting to do this again crap too, because I have a good friend right now with this.
Good to see you, G.
Unfortunately, she's in a nursing home right now,
right?
And she's been going through all this crap. And
hey, NYC.
They're at strike 2 with me right now, because if it gets a strike 3, I'm going to personally go there. It's going to take me 3 hours
she
to get there.
Guillain-Barré syndrome?
Right, that is definitely one of the side effects.
That's one of the biggest,
allegedly.
Yeah, myocarditis and Guillain-Barré
Thank
are
you, Snooks. Hey, Jeffrey.
The biggest fallout from mRNA.
Yeah,
yeah, and heart issues.
Well, that's the myocarditis.
And cancers are on the rise, and autoimmune issues. There's a lot. Good to see you, Song.
About that, all that cancer stuff that's in the heart attacks and the young people, young
Dead
athletes,
Prepper.
That's perfectly fine. They're just showing that we all know what that's from. And all these influencers right now, look it up. They're all dying from the turbo C.
Well, and that's I don't want to say
Thank
that
you, Mike. Thanks for being here. Good to see you.
it caused the cancer. It definitely caused the Guillain-Barré syndrome. It definitely caused the myocarditis, Indy. But you were right on with the what it successfully did was lower the body's response system to everything,
Much love,
and that's why
Jerry.
people are just getting sicker. The long COVID, I believe, is honestly just like, well, now you're sick as hell. It's not COVID anymore.
It's the vaccine injuries. It's what long COVID is for the at least for the most part.
Shot. Yeah, and it can't.
Good to see you, Essie.
Yeah, because my family got all the freaking stupid shots. Okay, well, not my aunt, not my other sister, and not my niece. My mom and dad got them, and my sister got them. All right, and I don't know if they must have got the placebos, okay, because they're still here. Thank God they're still here.
The J&J was a traditional vaccine. It got taken away.
My sister,
we're gonna talk about that a little bit later too.
My sister got the freaking she got all the boosters too, and then like overnight, poof, she got COPD overnight. She looked like the Walking Dead. She was hospitalized for
let me know if that's better on for Mike, you guys. I mean, I think we all know people that were injured in one way, shape, or form, and that's why I do focus on this a lot. Good to see you, Twisted. Much love to you, because I do think it's really important to, with all the other, I don't want to just say distractions because there's a lot of real issues that are going on, but I do think that it's really, important to still, awesome, Bren, to still, stay focused on this because there's not really been any accountability for it yet.
We have to. I'm glad you are, because they will just come up with another issue, so you forget about that one. Yep.
Right. Exactly. All right. Well, let me go ahead and
that crap that happened to my good friend that was in the nursing home when the 2020 happened. He was scared. He was alone, and he died alone. I couldn't go see him. He died alone because of this crap, and I start tearing up over this. Because this is bull crap what they're doing.
It is, man. No, you're good, man. No, it is BS what they did to us. I just, to help you out, Mike, though, but so like my family got them. Me and my mom didn't. I have never had the flu. This was a flu. It was weaponized. It was a damn lab-made virus. I believe that, and I could be wrong. Don't believe me. But I didn't do it because I have never gotten the flu. Like, even as a kid, my dad, my brother have tons of thyroid issues, diabetes. You know what I mean? They got it, but they got the J&J, which was traditional vaccine. It got shut down just to lay down the groundwork of where this came from. But like,
Grell, can I interrupt just one quick second? Indy, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be muted out for a minute. We apparently have some kind of issue outside, so I'll be muted. If it looks like I'm gonna be gone a while, then that's why you'll see me leave.
Yep, no problem. Thanks, Rescue.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. And, my husband actually got the J&J too. And I was really, the Janssen, right? They called it. And
Johnson,
they called it the Janssen. I don't know why it was Johnson & Johnson, but they called it the Janssen vaccine. Okay. But yeah, it was. And the reason that when he decided he was going to get that, I really pushed for him to get that one because it is non-mRNA and was more of a traditional vaccine. And so people did still have issues with that. We're actually going to talk about that a little bit more later. I do want to pull up this video because like I said, I do have a few videos I want to share tonight. And no, definitely don't feel guilty about that, Soylent.
Well, no, and Indy, that's what I was pointing. It's no one's fault. Some people were forced to get it.
Oh, it's plenty of people's fault. It's
what I'm saying. Like the average. I'm talking about the people who took it. Right. Like they all did it for their own personal reasons.
No, the thing is,
it freaked out the company I worked for that I didn't take it, but we were all working remote, so it didn't matter if I took it or not. I had a remote job, so they were cool about that. But it shocked them when I said, like, I have actually never had the flu. They were like, "BS." I'm like, no, I've just never had the flu. I get the cold. I've had fevers, but I've never had the flu.
That's the thing, because to get a virus, you have to be injected with something. That's the thing. The flu and the flu and that's your body's natural thing of becoming when the seasons change. That's the way it works. That's the way it's supposed to work. You get that, you build immunity up to it. The stuff they got right now, you got to be injected to get it.
Well, and I want to see what India, that's what I was saying is like, I don't blame the average person for where we are now.
Right.
And
no,
that's why
I
it's
don't
annoying
either.
people
There's
like
plenty of people to
consider me an
blame.
anti-vaxxer because I just didn't get it. It had nothing to do with me being anti-vax. I didn't get it because there was no need for me to get it. Until I get the flu, then I'll be concerned. You see what I'm saying? Right.
Yep.
And I gotta say one thing. Can we please have a prayer for all the people that were duped into getting this stuff and they're no longer here, the millions of them that got that and they're no longer here? Can we please have a moment of silence and a prayer for them, please?
Yeah, would you like to pray for them, Mike, or do you want me to pray for them?
No, I'll pray for them if you let me.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, Heavenly Father, I pray to you, Yahushua. I pray for all the ones that got the thing, got the vax, and they're no longer here. I pray for the ones that did get it and they're still here. And I pray for the ones that are like us, purebloods, that are still vigilant and doing what we need to do to try to wake people up. I pray this in your name, O Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mike. That was a good idea.
Amen.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video. Like I said, I've got a couple videos I'm going to play. We'll kind of go through them, just because it's information. I don't think everybody here necessarily seeks out, and so I want to make sure we share it, and then we can continue talking more, about the topics in the video and also our own experiences with, all of the pandemic nonsense. All right,
yeah,
here
I got
we go.
about 8 minutes here for me, so.
Okay, great.
You said COVID-19 may never go away. So let's keep people isolated and masked. I will submit these for the record. COVID-19 may never go away as a way to keep people locked up inside, keep people out of schools. In my state, in my city, Cleveland, Ohio, we closed our schools for 18 months. You look at why we have youth violence today, you draw a straight line right to those decisions during COVID. That wasn't a virus that made those decisions. Those were elected officials that decided that control of people was more important. Biden put out an executive order that said if you don't get vaccinated, you could lose your job. Think about how insane our public policy got. And I think I speak for at least the people I know that this is an important issue. Just maybe start by acknowledging you made a mistake, apologizing for shaming those of us who said, yeah, that's stupid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing. Thank you all for caring about this issue and being here. Mr. Chairman, I was going to direct my first question actually to the ranking member, but he's not here. So I just want to pause for a second because there's a lot of things that I've seen in my first 8 months here in elected office that happens. It's a little crazy. So I just want us to reflect on something the ranking member said. He said that a person should be fired for exercising their First Amendment rights. And I think we normalize bad behavior like that. We just say, well, that's what people can say. And the comment was about the Second Amendment. Something about citizens got to defend themselves. I'm going to read something into the record, and I'm going to submit something for the record. Then we'll get on. So there was a gentleman that said the following: the people's ability to arm themselves and form state militias provide a powerful check on the federal power, ensuring the populace can resist potential government overreach. In fact, went on to say that an armed citizenry is the best defense against an ambitious government. Now, the ranking member would have that person fired. What the ranking member may not realize, and I want to submit to the record, is Federalist 46, written by James Madison. So the person that created the Constitution that allows us to do our job here for 240 plus years should be fired for saying that we should have the right to protect ourselves. That's pretty outrageous. And I thought that was an important part to clarify for the record. So again, without objection, we'll submit Federalist 46 to the record.
No objection.
Thank you. It's available at the archives as well. All right, so let's talk about Mr. Siri. I think the main issue here is about biases. Would you agree that when you have a study, not like I'm a business major, I'm not a science major, but I think the issue here is there a bias in your work? Would you agree that that's foundational? And all three of you can answer that. Is being free of bias important? Mr. Siri, yes or no?
Absolutely, and it's hard to find, obviously. Everybody's got a bias. That's human nature. There's no such thing as something that's unbiased. That's why you want to have as rigorous a design to a study beforehand.
So having clear
Yes,
biases, okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
He won't be as generous with my time. And Dr. Rogers, would you agree? Yes, no? Being free of bias is really important?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then Dr. Scott, would you agree with that?
Certainly.
Okay. So let's talk about the topic of bias. Would the following statement be considered biased or unbiased? Our president is a misinformation super spreader. I know this isn't surprising to a lot of people, but it's deeply disturbing. Biased comment or unbiased comment? Is that based on science?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Quick. This should be quick.
It reflects a bias against the president.
Dr. Rogers, a biased statement, yes or no?
Agreed. Biased.
Dr. Scott, biased? Okay, that was your statement, your tweet on October 1st of 2020. Trump spews misinformation like no other. For our president to say that the problem is that doctors taking care of patients dying from COVID are venal and are committing fraud to cook the books is so low, it's subterranean. Biased or unbiased?
Yes, sir.
Biased?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Scott? Okay, that was your statement in October 25th of 2020. Trump's response to the U.S. COVID crisis when interviewed by Chris Wallace, it is what it is. Vote like your life depends on it. Biased or unbiased? Mr. Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rogers?
I think voting's a good thing, but I don't really have an opinion on that one.
But that your life depends on whether this election happens, like you will die if the wrong outcome occurs?
Yeah, that seems
biased?
Seems overstated.
Seems overstated. Dr. Scott?
I stand by it.
Okay, July of 2020, your statement. There are 69 days left of the Trump administration. While he schemes to survive politically, thousands of Americans will die. The number of COVID deaths yesterday was 1,421. If the death total remains the same, then 98,049 deaths will occur between now and January 20th. Biased?
Given the data at the time, I think yes.
Dr. Rogers?
COVID deaths in the Biden administration far exceeded COVID deaths during the first Trump administration. Yeah.
I hope you get into his post too.
So biased. Okay. Now, interesting because prior to me coming to Congress, people think I was in the retail automotive business, and that's true, but I also had a tech company. I'm going to tell you a 30-second story. We were asked during COVID to develop a schematic where somebody could validate whether they were vaccinated or not, or tested positive or not, using our blockchain engine. I thought that was terrible technology, so we decided not to do it. But when we had my tech team explore it, what I thought was fascinating was there was no way to find out who had tested positive or who tested negative. There was no data. So, typically with a computer system, you have to plug into a data source, pull the data so that you can report it out. So when we went to the state and said, hey, give me the data, who's been tested and who tested negative, who tested positive, you know what the response was? We don't have that data. It's like, well, that's fascinating, because every night when I turn on the news, they tell me it's 1,421 people died of COVID. I'm like, well, that's interesting, because if the data doesn't exist, then how do you know that's true? So I just thought I'd share that with you a little bit. So the other piece of the equation is when we talk about science, I think there has to be a certain humility. Now, my dad was a doctor. He beat in our heads that the key to being a doctor is to have humility. I think the humility should be able for us to look back 4 or 5 years later and go, we made a lot of mistakes. A lot of people were harmed. And I think it's the failure of that humility that's infuriating to a lot of people. I'll give you some examples. I have a 4-year-old grandbaby. A 2-year-old grandbaby just turned 2 yesterday. Do you think it was appropriate, yes or no, Mr. Siri, if a 2-year-old had been put a mask on, a 2-year-old, is that a good idea?
I believe that everybody should be able to make their own medical decisions.
But again, just generally speaking, putting a mask on a 2-year-old.
I wouldn't put a mask on a 2-year-old if it was my choice.
Dr. Rogers?
No,
Dr. Scott?
I wouldn't either.
Okay. You tweeted in January of 2021 that you masked your 2-year-old and that all 2-year-olds should be masked. I'll submit the tweet for the record. That your 2-year-old, I don't know that you have a 2-year-old we've never met.
Well, I changed my mind.
Okay. But again, having the humility to say that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Having the humility,
I'm admitting it.
which is good. I applaud you for that. Having the humility to say, having the humility to say that when you walk into a bar, after having a mask on outside, and then you walk to your table, and then you take your mask off to eat, made sense. We can now look back and go, that was ridiculous.
And I tweeted about that numerous times, how ridiculous that was. So,
well, I'll submit another tweet.
Bias. Selection bias right here.
I'll put your tweet on the record in which you actually said that a man walked outside with a mask, walked into a restaurant, got in a seat, took off his mask and drank a beer and sat with everybody doing the same, as in like, hey, that's normal. In fact, you said something that I thought was very interesting. You said COVID-19 may never go away. So let's keep people isolated and masked. I will submit these for the record. COVID-19 may never go away as a way to keep people locked up inside, keep people out of schools. In my state, in my city, Cleveland, Ohio, we closed our schools for 18 months. You look at why we have youth violence today, you draw a straight line right to those decisions during COVID. That wasn't a virus that made those decisions. Those were elected officials that decided that control of people was more important. And Dr. Scott, I'll give you a chance here. You also said that 1.2 million people died from COVID. From COVID. Now, I was on the board of Metro Health in Cleveland. We had no idea what actually caused people's mortality. What we did do, because the hospital could collect more money, was we labeled anybody who had COVID, who also died, including motorcycle accidents, of dying from COVID. I think what you meant to say, I'm going to give you a chance to clear it up. Did you mean 1.2 million people died with COVID as opposed to from COVID? See the difference?
Oh, I do see the difference. And I also commented quite a bit about the difficulty making that distinction after vaccines had become available. But I think early on, yes, there were a lot of deaths. I lost over 100 patients. Okay. I mean,
from COVID or with COVID?
COVID, from COVID. COVID was terrible. And then it definitely became much more complicated to reconcile people who died with COVID from COVID.
But you didn't have a problem. You were a pretty definitive statement. But what Dr. Rogers said earlier was interesting, which is more people died during the Biden years. Now, just to remind everybody, it's important. Biden put out an executive order that said if you don't get vaccinated, you could lose your job. Think about how insane our public policy got. And I think I speak for at least the people I know that this was an important issue. Just maybe start by acknowledging you made a mistake, apologizing for shaming those of us who said, yeah, that's stupid. Like, yeah, that makes no sense. And acknowledging that if we don't have sovereignty over our bodies, then we are not free people. With that, I'll end.
Thanks, Marino.
Okay, a lot of good information. I think that's finally coming to the forefront. Any thoughts on that before we pull up this next video? The next video is also from the Economic Times, and it's another speaker. It's very similarly, but he's making some really great free speech connections to
I have
COVID.
one thought on that, and I just wanted to keep.
Hold on, Mike. One second. Go ahead, Grell.
Mine's going to be open-ended, and I'm sure at the end of all the videos, we will have an answer. Who is actually at fault? And I preface that with, we have allowed corporations to be legal entities. This is going to be a problem, y'all. Like, they're going to give testimony. They're going to realize it was all BS. No one's going to go to jail. They're just going to fine Pfizer $3 billion, which is pennies in the bucket to them.
I think that might be accurate. I'll be surprised if we see any real accountability at all.
That's what I meant. Like, just in open-ended, who really is to blame here? They're going to blame fictitious, this company, right? Like, they're never going to take it like, I made that decision.
Right, and that's one of the tricky things because, awesome rescue. Yeah, and hey, Fathead, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I do think, unfortunately, people were duped because mandates aren't laws, and no one was actually, well, I can't say no one. I actually saw videos of people being forced to get vaccines in hospitals and such. But in general, people were not forced to get it. They were coerced into making the choice to get it. And that is unfortunate because I don't think there's like any kind of legal retribution that they can get for that, because it really did come down to being a choice, even though the coercion was ridiculous. The one thing was they didn't inform people. It wasn't informed consent, so even if they gave consent, it wasn't informed consent. Remember at the beginning for a while, the medical inserts were blank.
Like, so that is the real crime. That's what I was saying, chat. The uninformed consent is a real crime. Who do you blame for that? And I don't have the answer, guys. That's why I'm posing. I don't have it. Who is actually at fault here? Is it the NHS that is just a company of? No, who in the NHS did it? We will never get that.
Yeah, well, you want to know?
Well, this next video talks a little bit about that.
I'm gonna shut up.
Go ahead, Mike.
Nope. You know who actually did that stuff? It's not the people that are elected. It's the people behind the scenes, because you can look this up. It's a fact. When somebody becomes president, they become president. They go there, and there's a few people there saying you're going to do this, do this. They're all puppets. Okay, they're all puppets.
Hi, Lowry.
And pardon me.
Oh, I was saying hi to Lowry. Keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going, Mike. What were you saying?
All it is puppets. And what they did is they did this stuff because with the everybody's was saying vaccines, so I can say vaccines too. What they did was they did that crap, genocide. Fast forward to when they destroyed the Church of Guidestones.
Teresa.
Genocide. So they got rid of that, and now they got the Deagle report with that crap, which they got to get rid of more of us and everything. And the thing is, right? The inflation numbers are completely off right now. It's the way they check out pinball preparedness. Because his latest video, that we're being taxed out, we're being priced out, you'll own nothing and be happy. It's bull crap what they're doing. It's bull crap what they're doing. And what I've been doing today, later on,
Tiger? Hold on 1 second.
Like about
hold
around
on,
5 o'clock.
Mike, hold on 1 second. Tiger, it sounds like your YouTube is playing in the background, so I muted you. But thank you so much for coming up. If you can just either pause or turn the volume off on your YouTube, and just listen in StreamYards, then it should be good.
Because later on today, like I said, I got to do that wood tomorrow. But today, I just been in a real bad place today, with watching a few videos, and even me, I'm not well off, but I'm good to a point. But with the taxes and everything, they're effing us so bad with everything. I mean, with the water bills and everything, because of the AI data centers, and why do I gotta split that bill? That's on their end, not my end.
XNYC. Right.
Hey,
yeah. XNYC says behind closed doors, they're all friends, left, right, Democrat, Republican, two wings of the same bird. That's why I am independent. Well said. And I agree, XNYC. I do. I think, maybe there might be a handful of players that are in there that are outside of the globalist agenda, but it's few and far between. That's for sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're done. Our economy is done.
Hold on a second, Mike. Yeah, I don't think we're done. I'm not done.
No,
I hope
our
others aren't
economy,
done.
Our economy is done. Our economy is done.
Hold on
I don't
1 second.
mean America's done.
Mike, hold on a second. Tiger, if you want to come back up, I'd love for you to come up. Hopefully we can just get the sound figured out. And thanks for being here. Yeah, thank you to all of my mods who are dropping links. Make sure you're subbing each other up. A lot of really great content creators in here. So please go check each other out. Okay. All right. Rescue. I don't know if you got to.
I apologize.
Hold on, Mike.
I apologize for interrupting, Indy. I apologize.
Rescue, did you have it? I don't know if you got to hear any of that video.
No, ma'am. We had a chicken issue outside.
Chicken issue? Do you want to tell us about it?
Effing chickens. That's I'll just sum it up with effing chickens.
From Nottingham.
Right.
Dude, I love your voice. I absolutely love your voice. You are so cool, man. Oh, I don't mean any disrespect from that. You're cool,
all right, JM.
Dude. You're really cool.
JM points out that they destroyed thousands of small businesses too, and I definitely think that was part of the agenda. For a lot of different reasons, but it made no sense, along with all of the things that they were speaking about in the video that made no sense, that we, most of us, I think, here knew didn't make sense at the time, but definitely in retrospect, most people can recognize didn't make sense. But like that, how Amazon was open, bars were open, but gyms and churches were closed. I mean, it was obvious kind of, how they were pushing things and what was considered essential and what wasn't.
Well, speaking on pushing things and Synthwork, I really appreciate him saying that. Synthwork was like a bunch of people flew in. So the connection is San Diego. It was here before they told you it was here. That's what I'm so afraid of. That actually happened.
Right, I agree.
They knew it was going on and they waited to shut down international travel. But it was already here because it started
a lot of people
chat, like there were two soldiers flown back from the World Military Games. You guys know this, we do it every year with Australia and Japan, all that. That year, the military games were Wuhan, China, and two seamen were flown back with flu-like symptoms. They couldn't figure it out because it was a man-made. We've been messing around with influenza is a virus. All this stuff, the SARS, the MERS, the COVID, the swine flu, those are all lab leaks of like weaponizing the worst illness ever already, influenza. But great point, Synthwork. That's what I was getting at. It was like, dude, it was already on board before they go, oh, we should probably shut down international travel. Nope, they got it spread everywhere right before that.
Right. Tiger, you want to try saying something? We can see if we can hear you. I'm not getting an echo, at least.
I don't see your own panel.
Oh, it would help if I had you up here. There we go. Sorry, Tiger.
You have to be injected with it. That's the thing.
What's up, Tiger?
The cold and that you don't get that. You don't get that stuff from sneezing on somebody. It doesn't work like that. A virus, you have to be injected with something. Look what they did with all this stuff and everything. And I guess I'm gonna go. Nobody wants me here, and I'm
Mike, I don't know why you feel like that. We're listening.
Where
We're
did
listening
you get
to
that
you.
from? Did you just have a conversation that nobody else heard?
You have to be injected with it to get it. And they did that stuff with the flu and with the flu vaccines, which are completely utter bull crap. It's the flu from the other years. And the thing is, like I said, I'll still say this to this day. I'll still say it. Nobody was allergic to crap back in the 1800s. Nobody was autism. Nobody had Alzheimer's. Nobody had any of that crap. They started experimenting on us. And look at us now, right? And Dr. Ouchie, I'm not going to go there with him, but back then, nobody had any of that. And now, with that, like if you get something, it's like this is some sort of a zombie virus or something. Nothing's going to happen to you because it has to be injected into you. You can get a cold from somebody that has a cold, but like a virus, like a herpes or something, you have to have human contact with them. But if they're going to try to
somebody sneezes on you,
with the COVID stuff, the COVID is
somebody fucked around. Somebody fucked around genetically with the cold virus, and they found out.
Right. Hold on one second. I just want to show names here. Thank you. Hold on, Mike. Mike, hold on a second. Mike, you just gotta. I don't know if you have a delay, maybe that could be part of the issue. But there's people trying to talk too. So Clockwork Rex, thank you for coming up, and Pat.
Oh, thanks for having me up. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Yep, you sound great. Okay. Pat and Tiger, I haven't heard either of you yet. If either of you want to try.
I know I'm like being really nice and not talking over anybody tonight. No, I just wanted to get up, y'all. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pass the conch. Hold on one second, actually. Bradley, I see you back there. I don't know if I know you by another name, but I don't recognize your name here. If I know you by another name, if you put it in the private. Okay. So I'm sorry. I would love to have you come up another time, but I need to get to know you a little bit first. We've just had issues. Yeah. Thanks for understanding. Come say hi in the chat, hang out so we can get to know you. We'll make sure if you have a channel, we'll check out your link and all that jazz. All right.
Oh, yeah. And thanks for dropping my link in the chat.
Yeah, thank you to my mod.
Scott turned me on to you.
Okay, I just wanted to come up to say that y'all were asking, like, who's at fault? American people are at fault. Right. All you have to do is get on Google and research stuff. It's that easy. It's that friggin' easy. But they let the government tell everybody what they needed to do, and they blindly followed it. And that's who's at fault. I'm sorry. They blindly said, oh, I'll go ahead and get the shot. Or, I'll sit in my house for 500 years. Or I'll wear a mask everywhere I need to go. And a paper mask that literally did not one damn thing. So, and I'm in the nursing profession. And we were literally... Not all of us. I'm saying a lot of us, though, we're literally in social media, Facebook, all that kind of stuff, saying, look, y'all, this stuff is not that bad. Y'all are tripping out. I'm not saying it wasn't that bad for everybody because, yes, if you have comorbidities, everything gets bad. A cold can get bad. And
but even with people with comorbidities, one thing that I haven't seen anybody mention, one of the issues was the protocols. So first, and the tests. So I think most of us know this quickly. When people were going in and getting tested for, if they were going into the hospital for anything, they were all getting tested for COVID. And those tests were a new kind of test, PCR test. And the creator of those tests even had said that they should not be used for diagnosis, because what they do is they ran it, it depended on how many cycles they were running it at. So when
they ran false positives all the time.
Right. They were running it too many cycles too quickly, and it made it a false positive. Then they would say that they had COVID. They'd put those people in the ICU. And when they were in ICU, the vaccine protocols due to Fauci included giving them remdesivir. And remdesivir is what caused, remember they called it COVID flu, where it was like in their COVID lungs, where it was fluid in their lungs.
I knew what you meant.
The effects of the remdesivir. So there are lots of people who were deemed died from COVID, who actually died from the protocols because they had false positives, or even if they did have COVID, because they had to follow the protocols in the hospital.
Oh, people died from more than just that kind of, what'd you call it?
Remdesivir.
Remdesivir?
No. But the protocols, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I was listening so fast, my brain couldn't keep up. But people literally sat in their houses, like me. I literally used to walk over 6 miles a day, every day, extra. But now the parks are closed. You can't go do that.
Right.
And I hate walking on my treadmill. I'd rather have my toenails peeled off one by one.
This will curl your toes.
I
literally had a lady yell across the
whole
street.
Different conversation.
I was walking my dog outside at a open space. This will make you curl your toe. And I had a lady across the street yell, "Where's your mask?" And I said, "I'm outside." And I kept walking.
Oh, I refused masks every time I walked into a store.
It's the same with me. Nobody really messes with me because I'm like 6'4". But yeah, the thing is with me is I'm getting sick and tired of this shit. And the thing is, people are starting waking up to the bull crap. With the CEO of McDonald's, it's making
I might not be 6'4".
Hey, I wore a mask once going into Walmart, and I never wore another one again. I got the first two shots.
I wore a mask at work because I had to, because like I said, I work in nursing and we had COVID patients. It took me almost 3 years to catch COVID at the first meetup.
My mom used to.
And it was like a cold, y'all. It was literally like a cold. I'm sorry. I had a migraine one day and then I was fine.
Rex, I haven't gotten to hear from you much yet. What are your thoughts?
Well, my mom was a nurse for like 40 years. My sister is a nurse now. And when she worked at UVA, University of Virginia, she had to put on like a spacesuit. I used to remove asbestos from buildings.
Full Tyvek suit. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to wear something like she had to wear something like that and get all the shots.
Yep.
So, I mean, it was bad.
They tried to push the vaccine where I worked, and I kept telling them I'm not getting it. And I already talked about it with Chris, my husband. And I told him, I said, if they try to make me take this, I'm not doing it. They're going to have to fire me. And that's what I told them. They even asked me, are you going to get it? What if we require it? Well, then I guess you're firing me.
That's the choice we had to. The uninformed consent, right. The coercion was the actual crime.
Well, what happened to the whole my body, my choice thing?
Exactly.
But if we use those tags,
if I get sick and die, that's on me.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, please don't use that phrase, because that is what's muddying the political waters. Like, because then they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, if you say my body, my choice, you invoke the abortion thing.
Oh, well,
let's not do that here.
But it does.
I mean, that's a whole
different. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
We gotta take one person at a time, you guys, or nobody in the chat can hear anybody. No, it's okay. I know it's a passionate subject, so I totally understand. But we just have to take turns. So, Growl, go ahead. Why don't you go next, and then I'll try to.
That's all I was saying. You've said nothing wrong. It is the my body, my choice. But in using that, it causes more problems. So let's come up with another. You know what I mean? What you said sentimentally, 100% correct. The uninformed consent, mass experimentation, coercion.
Oh yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Avoid saying the my body, my choice, because then you'll get stuck in the endless loop. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I actually disagree. I think it's a good way to bring up the my body, my choice, because it's something that should unify people.
It is.
Because it's not.
I agree.
You know, it's something that
Indy,
people on the, hold on. It's something that people on the left have talked about for a long time.
That's
so
what I'm saying. It's their slogan, and if we use it,
but
it causes more. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, Val, but I think that if we're talking about it in a positive way, as helping them to identify that they were trying to take those rights from us, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I think it's good. That's a way we can try to find common ground. But Mike, what were you going to say?
Indy, I gotta drop. I gotta drop, Indy. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate you having me up. I appreciate every single one of you. You have a
Later,
great
Mike.
night, and have a great night. Okay, all right, bye.
Yep. Have a good night, Nuke.
Later,
I have
buddy.
never said that. You're
There you go, Snook. You got one less.
Andy, when
But
I get a chance, I just want to say one
I should
thing.
be able to.
Hold
I
on
should
one
be
second.
able to choose. I should be able to choose
Rex,
what
I'll
to
go to
put
you,
in my
Pat.
body, be it a drug or some sex or whatever. Yeah, I should be
Right,
able to choose what I
absolutely.
put in my body. You can't
Body
choose for me.
autonomy should be
Yeah.
not even a question.
Nope.
I agree. Pat, what were you going to
But
say?
I agree with Growl. It does open a can of worms. So yeah, so to speak.
My nephew works in the military, and he was giving shots to family members and his kids and everything, and I was freaking out, thinking the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
None of them came down with COVID and are doing just fine till this day. He's got one of his sons in the service. My neighbor, who's a plumber, got the shot, and he's fine. Nothing happened to him. Now, there are other people that got it and are no longer here or got sick. So I think there's combination here. Some people got it and some people just got
the sniffles or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't get anything. They're fine.
Well, there's a theory that there were different batches, but there's a theory that because it was rushed, it's possible some of the batches were contaminated. There's also a theory that was done intentionally so that it wouldn't be so obvious if this was all done, with an agenda behind it, which is what I believe. I don't think they could put everything out at the same, potency, so to speak, and have everybody have the same effects immediately. It'd be too obvious.
Right.
Well,
now, when my brother-in-law got sick with it, he ended up in the hospital, but he was using a CPAP because he had breathing issues to begin with at night sleeping.
Right.
And that's when they did the protocol at the hospital and he passed away. Now, when my sister also ended up in the hospital with COVID, and she got Regeneron and she turned out fine.
Now, Regeneron was one of the treatments, right? Like, I'm trying to remember. I never can remember the term, but it wasn't a vaccine.
I think that's what Trump got was the Regeneron.
Yes. Yeah. Do you any of you can remember? This comes up all the time, but there's a term for it. Was I had never heard of it before, but it was a term for that kind of treatment that he got, and I agree that I think that is what Trump got.
And I think it's something about the same thing that was in the shot was also in flu shots too, because
they mixed.
Yeah. See, my mom, that's where a lot of the people in the nursing home and everything got sick, is because they were all given flu shots, their yearly flu shots. And when I went to the doctor, and that's the only time I wore a mask, I went to the doctor and she asked me if I wanted the flu shot, and I said no. And then she says, first she offered the COVID shot, and I said no. And then she said the flu shot, and I says, how about if I get sick, I just take some Ivermectin? And she looked down on the floor. She goes, well, yeah, I guess. And that was it. I walked out of the office, never went back.
Right.
Oh, well, see, my dad used to get the flu shot. He used to work at DuPont around a bunch of damn people that were halfway sick all the time. And he got the flu shot one year and laid him out for a week. He never took it again. Never had another flu shot. Lived to be 76.
Right, right.
Well, the original flu shot was literally giving you the flu.
Yeah, dead virus.
Yeah. It's like, it sounds like a very smart option. I'm not a shot person. Last shots I had were in the 80s when I went.
Did you get your polio vaccine?
Yeah.
And I never did this swab test in the nose either.
Good to see you, Inferno.
No, I don't stick nothing up my nose anymore. Anyway, but that's a different story for another.
Well, really quickly, somebody had asked earlier. Yeah, somebody had a purple crayon. Somebody had asked earlier if you know what we think about getting vaccines in general, or even just regular, like the flu shot, you know, the regular flu shot. And I will say I'm really hesitant to get anything like that, or to give anything like that to my children, because I do think they're sneaking the mRNA in anywhere that they can. But what are your guys' thoughts on that, Rex?
Well, when I joined the Army back in 90, whatever it was, way back when.
Thank you, Fran.
I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice of what shots they gave me. We went for 2 weeks, every other day getting shots. I got the experimental anthrax vaccine because that was back when anthrax was getting mailed to everybody and shit. I ain't had anthrax. Didn't give me anthrax, I don't think. No, I'm still good. And I'm 52 years old. I've been out 25 years.
Yeah.
24 years. Yeah. Something like that.
I have a video I think we'll get to in a little bit that has to do with the military being used in a different way, kind of to.
We're experimented on. Hey, I am not unaware.
Of course you are. You belong to the United States government.
Not unaware. Okay.
Real question for that guy. What would you attribute to your health so far? Like, what's your lifestyle, right? And that's what I mean by the like.
That plays a lot into everything.
Hey, look.
Like collective punishment is also a crime we went underneath. I'm just saying collective punishment is annoying. I kind of hate the I didn't get the shot on pure blood, but you still eat McDonald's all day, right? Like, there's just healthier ways to live that you actually don't need, right? Like,
yeah, they're attacking us with our food and water.
I was saying that. What would you contribute to your health? What's your lifestyle? Do you mind?
Hey, I drink at least 6 beers. I drink at least 6 beers a day, smoke several cigars, and
I love you. I don't even know who
you are. Healthy as an ox. That's why I wanted to. It's so funny. We're not condoning smoking.
Well, I tell you this, okay? With my job, I have to get the flu shot every year. However, before they give it to me, I make them give me a list of ingredients that's in that flu shot, or I won't take it. Smart. Also, I mean, listen, people have got to be proactive for their own health care. I'm sorry, you can't just take everybody's word blindly. I think all the majority of the older vaccinations are safe.
However, really quickly, along with that,
I don't think you need to have them that often. I don't think you need to get them as often.
And that's part of what
kids. What the kids get nowadays is freaking insane.
Right. And that's part of what RFK and Trump just, addressed when they were talking about Tylenol. And, they kind of
God almighty.
But they were also talking, hold on, Rex, they were also talking about taking out the mercury and the aluminum from the vaccines. And they kind of put that in as a side note. But that's actually, I think, a huge cause of a lot of health problems for a lot of people.
I agree.
Echo always also says the mRNA, I think she's referring to, is in the flu shot. It was published by Johns Hopkins. I'm going to look into that because I haven't heard that for sure. But like I said, it's something
I think it depends on who makes it, which pharmaceutical.
Right. Mo says the same. All shots are now mRNA. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. JM. Okay, Rex, what were you going to say?
That whole he could not even pronounce acetaminophen. He stumbled over that word 3 times and then he said, Tylenol. It's Tylenol.
Yeah.
Tylenol.
My son couldn't say remote. He said
well, I hate to say it, most brand names are easier to pronounce than generic.
It was unfortunate because I think he was sharing really vital information that was legitimate. I just wanted him to step aside and be like, let the officials speak.
Medical dude.
Oh, but guys, don't get that's the best thing. Don't get hung up on that,
Thanks,
guys. If you think that's
Green.
funny, go listen to Sky News say acetaminophen. It's like British trying to say aluminum. They're like aluminum. They're like,
you can understand
acetaminophen. You know what I mean? Like,
or a Jaguar. It's a Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Not Jaguar.
I'll just say that stuff doesn't trip me up. Joe Biden is the worst of saying dumb things.
Well,
getting a big word wrong doesn't really.
Hey, look, let's elect a corpse to be president.
We just tried
we just voted him out.
This is a joke, but there's a difference between mispronouncing acetaminophen and saying true international pressure.
Okay, that is valid. Rescue, I think you were trying to say something and got overpowered here. What were you wanting to say?
Oh, I just chimed in and just said we already tried that. It didn't work.
Right. Electing a corpse. Yeah.
Yeah, we already voted him out.
I will say when it comes to the jab stuff and all that, I'm not a medicine person, so it's not just, and it wasn't just this that like freaked me out. I've just my whole life, the only group of shots I've ever had was going in the army, and they're like, okay, you're in your boxer, stand right here, and when you get up there, if you're allergic to something, then don't put your arm up. And so the guy goes, tetanus in the left thing and put your left arm down. So I'm holding my left arm down, I step up and that dude grabs me by the wrist. He swings I had it up and he swings it down like a roulette wheel thing and just takes that little pneumatic thing and goes kapow.
One arm.
Like, wait, what was that? And he goes, that was for tetanus. And I said, and I never even finished the surgery. I woke up a couple of days later in a tub full of dry ice.
Way to go, SynthWorks. Congratulations.
104.5 fever.
Third week of no smoking.
It's insane, anarchy.
I had to stop at 61 and so far so good. Awesome job, SynthWorks. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good on you.
I think it's part of your I think it's part of your food. I think it's part of your environment, like where you're at. Like, see, I mean, personally, I'm in Southeast Texas, and so most of my outdoor environment, even though
everybody says I'm from Texas,
but it's been in the outside instead of the higher elevation where things will raise up. It could be that. It's because I've ate fast foods in my younger years. I don't anymore.
Oh,
right.
Which Indy knows that. Hell, I went like 2 years of nothing but chicken noodle soup.
Right.
Yes, I remember that.
I really try to avoid fast food at all, but if we do ever get it, we really try to go to a couple of the healthier options, which with the cost of everything now though too, I mean, it's crazy out there.
Well, I think
people get on your damn internet and look up
your
homemade versions of your fast food. Sorry, Rescue.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I cook at home a lot. I know the recipes. My guilty pleasure is 2 Egg McMuffins on a road trip. If I'm getting in the car at 5 a.m. to drive 7 hours, I'm pulling over for some OJ and 2 Egg McMuffins. Let me have it. We only get these on road trips.
Right. Yeah, we almost never eat fast food either. And fast food ain't even fast no more, and damn sure ain't cheap.
Right. Like, you can look up In-N-Out, In-N-Out sauce.
I do.
Like, that's what I'm saying. You were totally correct. Just look up the tasty food recipes and make them with real ingredients.
That's a great idea. Really quickly, I want to read this comment.
I think it's sweating. I think you're getting excreting things through your pores, and that'll help clean your body. I think your body's designed to do that.
Absolutely, but that's also
your liver is your.
That's also an issue with the vaccines with shedding, though, too, as part of that same thing. XNYC says lots of people still have lead pipes, very toxic. And in case you don't know, PEX water piping is also harmful. I know, I'm a plumber. And XNYC, there's just been a big thing that came out again. It comes out like, I swear, it's like every couple years. But the local school districts, here in Washington are saying that they've tested for lead in the schools, and they're finding huge levels of lead, like way beyond what they should allow, in the faucets and the drinking fountains in schools. And that's been an issue for a long time. This time they're saying it's from the fixtures, but they've never replaced the pipes. So it's a ridiculous
It's still coming from the pipes. Yeah.
Well, and even if they replace the fixtures, if they don't actually go backtrack that plumbing, because so many places are bad about rerouting the plumbing, and they leave the wall stuff in there because they're like, it's not worth the deconstruction. Let's just tee in and we'll come off. We'll put the new one here. Well, that means that old lead shit's still in the walls and it's still connected into the water system.
Nowhere Man says, are mRNAs found in city water? I have not heard that they're in drinking water. That would be very disturbing, but not surprising in a way. But I have heard that it's been found in like sewage, like brown water. They're finding it when they test. They're finding it in that. So yeah. What were you going to say, Robert?
Water.
I said it's not in the water system yet.
Yeah, I hope not.
Also, what they did here in my area for the 7th graders, they wanted them to take the MMR vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to prove that my grandson already had his baby vaccine.
Say that again, Pat.
Around Christmas time, they were pushing for the MMR vaccine for kids to enter into junior high here.
Yeah.
Oh, they had to get a booster?
Unless you could prove it. We had to get it notarized and everything that he already had his shots.
Mm-hmm.
So that was another vaccine that they were pushing.
Well, I sound like I'm close to your age there, Pat. So we had to get all our shots before we even went into preschool, kindergarten. We had to get MMR and well, that's measles, mumps, and rubella, and you had to have your smallpox.
Smallpox.
You off the wall. Well, see, but here's the thing. A lot of times people say that you have to get it, but the thing is that it's not. Most places you don't have to. You can opt out. So even in the schools, that's part of the problem, I think, is that parents aren't informed that they can opt out of opt out of that with their children. But it does depend, and things did change for some during COVID. But right now, you should be able to opt out of all those things. I know a couple people, I won't say their names, but I know a couple people, if they want to share in the chat, have been going through that, with the schools, making sure that their children don't have to get those vaccines.
It would be nice if they share what that process is for sure. And Indy, that's kind of why I'm stressing. What is the crime here? In the Geneva Conventions after World War II, it's the collective punishment. That's why wouldn't it be better if we got back to holistic science where like this is right for you? That's what I'm saying. I didn't get it out of some moral outrage. I didn't get it because I've never had the flu. There's no need for me to get it.
Oh,
and my brother and my dad have. If you missed that, I'm like, my brother and my dad, me and my mom joke. It's like they are seriously taking all the punches for us, right? Like me and my mom are relatively super healthy. My dad, my brother, immunocompromised, thyroid, diabetes, right? Like, so they did get it, but that's why, and that's why I was getting at with the school stuff and like, what is the real crime? Like collective punishment. You can't just say everyone has to. And that actually proves that you're terrible at science, right? Believe the science. We got Midas's golden finger here. We figured it out for 8 billion different people.
When I was in school, we were required to have our shot records.
Polio, I get, right?
Yeah, polio is bad. Polio is very
measles.
Right.
Well, even though they came up with a vaccine for it, some people actually catch polio from the vaccine. Just like they
they do.
It's just the way they're
It's a live vaccine, that's why.
I never got the measles vaccine. Matter of fact, when I was growing up, it was common that if somebody got it, you had to go hang around with that kid because then you got it.
No, that was chickenpox.
Exactly.
No, that was chickenpox and measles.
Yeah, we did that with chickenpox. I did it with my daughters.
I blame it for my young. Yeah.
Really quickly, I want to read this comment here from Teresa. She says, our school tries to tell us that the HPV vaccine is required for junior high. I sign off on all vaccines for school. It is not required. Right. Thank you for sharing that.
It's not.
It shouldn't be anywhere.
I just want everybody to know that no vaccines are required for your child to go to school.
Well,
None.
check your state and your school district.
No, well, in Missouri, because we're a free state, but I'm just saying that, and if they actually require it, then homeschool. My daughter's going through this right now. Her youngest son, her oldest son, she's already had him vaxxed out because they fearmonger. They fearmonger you into getting these for your kids.
Okay. So I will say this though, in homeschooling, I homeschool my children and I'm in Washington State. If you're in Washington, Oregon, or California, I would highly suggest, if you want them to not be vaccinated or have medical treatment that you don't know about, then to keep them out of schools. Because here in Washington State, it already has been passed that children 9 and older are able to go to get medical procedures, including at Planned Parenthood. So that includes abortions, transgender affirming care, birth control, vaccinations, any of those things. They can go during school hours, and the parents do not need to be informed by the school.
Can you say that again, please, Indy? So for people in the back
Children,
that might not have heard
insane.
It's insane. Children 9 and older in Washington State can be taken by their school nurse, by their counselor at their school, by a school official. They can be taken during school hours to a medical facility. Presumably it would be like a Planned Parenthood or a Planned Parenthood to get any medical procedures, as long as it's not an emergency. For some reason, that's the weird loophole. If it's an emergency, then parents need to be informed. But if it's something they're opting to do, right, then the parents do not need to even be informed that it happened at all. It's horrible. It's horrific. And they're defying federal law. Right. They're defying federal law to do that. Right. Rex, we're getting a lot of extra noise there. I'm going to turn on your background noise.
It's not me.
Yeah, and Sherry was saying she keeps her daughter home, or her grandson home on vaccination day, and that's what made me think of that. I think that's really wise to do.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, these people should automatically be arrested because that's without parental consent.
Right. And that's a very communist idea.
Well, you know what? Until
they think it's their children, not our children.
Sorry, until the American people decide that they've had enough,
right?
They're going to do what they're going to do because nobody will do anything.
Right. Right. And then we're looking at IQs dropping and test scores going down in schools. And you wonder, where it all comes from. But they've got poison in the food. The food in schools is awful. It's all highly processed crap.
Oh, yeah, girl. Even when I was in
poison
school.
In the water, fluoride and lead, and then, they're all diagnosed. Usually often, I don't know about usually, often it's by teacher or school recommendations that parents go in and get their children tested for, ADHD or autism or other health issues because of behavior issues that they aren't dealing with properly in schools. And, it just goes on and on. Like, I really recommend that homeschooling, if at all possible. And
hell yeah.
You have to make sacrifices.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. But
okay, so
yeah,
Colorado will not let your kid in school if not vaxxed. So yeah, Colorado, it's kind of behind enemy lines there too. So I could see that maybe being true. My understanding though was it's even though they're mandated and they're on the schedule, that schools can't actually force you to do it. So I don't know. I have to look into that a little bit more. Have a good night, Garden. Coming in.
My daughter refused to get her 2 kids vaccinated.
Yeah, good.
I know in Missouri, you used to have vaccinations.
At 9,
but now
I don't agree with that at all.
You can actually opt out. You got to go through the paperwork, y'all. But are your children not worth that? When do people decide children won't worth the extra effort?
Right.
It's important to know what your state legislative bodies are doing. That's how they don't slide these kind of laws and pass them. And, all of a sudden people find shock and all. That's why that's where I think a lot of distraction is just to keep people from paying attention to what actual state legislative bodies are doing what city
I agree.
inner cities are doing.
We just got our ballot. Thankfully, the only thing in Colorado is, right, I flipped through the 2 titles when they send you the info booklet. It was for the lady because she's like, I don't know this stuff. You guys know me. I follow this stuff. I know what's going on. But the only thing in there was 2 raises on taxes. One, they want to steal Tabor. That's a Colorado issue I won't explain. But the other is like, we want more funding for SNAP and food programs. Colorado has very much gone the fresh food route, which I see as good. But we did that anyways. Damn hippies out here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you guys got any spots coming up? I know like Virginia does. Virginia's got like their whole legislative body, I think, coming up.
Right.
We better have some coming up. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I didn't look at the schedule, but oh yeah, Colorado, Polis and Mike Johnson in Denver and all that. They've done a really good job at pissing off the whole side of Colorado that's ranching and farming and mountains.
Because that's where it starts. See, that's where it starts.
And that's
those elected officials and who's representing what district.
And like I grew up I grew up Boulder, Denver area. I grew up more like Boulder, and I grew up camping in the Scouts. I didn't go to Denver a lot. We went down there for concerts and stuff. But now I went to school. You know what I mean? As an adult, city life. It is. Oh yeah, the cities are complete trash, and that is what's funny. It truly is the blue. There are no blue states, only blue cities. Like go 30 miles outside of Denver and ask somebody their opinion. You know, and they're like, oh, screw all those city yuppies, right?
Well, they failed the kids a long time ago because my oldest grandson is 26 years old and doesn't know in cursive.
Right. No, they don't even teach cursive in those schools.
I'm the young in here. I'm 34 for if you guys need a 90s
oh,
kid.
You're a baby. 20,
but for 26, 26, they stopped. I know cursive. I'm just saying, I think they stopped after me. I know cursive, and then no one younger than me knows it.
Good night.
I learned.
It's crazy. That's our secret language.
I know cursive, but I
listen. I can just say, while there's a lull in the conversation, I am extremely proud that my daughters at their age are so into watching the politics, watching what's going on in their state, in their city, in their school districts. I didn't do that when I was their age. I probably didn't have to, but I think our generation got lax about that, and that's why we're exactly where we are now. But my daughters are on this stuff all the time. Sometimes, not often, because I tend to stay up on stuff. But sometimes they actually surprise me with something I didn't know, and I'm proud of that because that's the next generation. It's going to be exactly where I am in 30 years.
I think that's the benefit. Like even for me, I was more informed than my parents. My parents have come out and been like, we're sorry. Like that's crazy. But I believe that's because of the internet. And you guys taught us, do your own research. And then you gave us this tool with smart kids who go,
dude, I didn't even have the internet when I was growing up.
But you see what I'm saying? I think that's why, like,
well, I think that's part of why it backfired on them. Yeah. You know, I think that's part of why we're in this awakening that we're in. All right, you guys, I do want to play a few more videos, so I'm going to pull this up real quick. You guys can mute your mics that are up on camera.
Rabbit.
So this is another one that's similar, but I think this guy just makes some great points, and I love the way he presents his information. Here we go.
That we are in the midst of one of the greatest crimes in human history. Criminal trials,
so
I would welcome.
You're comparing the COVID-19 vaccine to the Holocaust.
The state, however you define that, the military, CDC, Tony Fauci, Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, created a weaponized virus, correct? Gain-of-function research. They contracted it out to China, and it caused a pandemic around the world once it was released. The government created a weaponized virus that then got out and caused a global pandemic. When are we going to have accountability for that?
Say that I was. I want to come back to maybe a little bit of science here. Dr. Scott, what would happen if we stop routine childhood vaccines?
Well, we know that there would be preventable outbreaks of preventable illness and death.
And maybe you can expand a little bit. Why is it that unvaccinated children who, say, come down with measles can lead to outbreaks in schools, in communities around the country? I know it sounds like a simple common sense question, but I'm not a scientist, and I'm asking questions because I'm curious.
Yeah, so these are contagious diseases, and they can spread to people who either weren't able to get vaccinated or who didn't get vaccinated or who are severely immunocompromised. Yeah.
And that's substantiated by studies and by real life experience, most recently in Texas, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Vaccines have definitely played a role in helping stop these outbreaks. I don't know how that could be denied.
Correct. And you have recently launched a project to document all of the randomized control trials that have been conducted by licensed vaccines. Could you talk a little bit about what that project has revealed?
Yeah, I think that you might have missed some of our discussion, but
I apologize to you as I do to everyone here.
So yeah, and let me just say that the scientific evidence supporting vaccine safety and efficacy really represents one of the most extensive bodies of medical research ever assembled. And so we screened thousands of studies online, and we cataloged 1,088 randomized control trials that were published between 1941 and 2025 from around the world, covering vaccines from adenovirus to Zika virus. These are all publicly accessible, and transparency is built in by design. On our Google spreadsheet that is accessible to everyone with internet access, there are links that you can click on to see the primary source. And so across 7 decades of trials, we found no evidence of suppression. And the challenge really is the sheer volume, not access to data. There are a lot of studies out there. There are a lot of poor quality studies out there that get published, even no matter how bad they are. There is a massive amount of studies out there, especially around COVID vaccines.
And the ones that are not published are available, are they not? It's available. Studies are available even if they're not published.
Well, I mean, this one wasn't.
And others as well, correct? There are links to them. They're available to people who ask about them, who want to make them public.
Yeah, but for the most part, it's not that hard to get a study published somewhere. I mean, there are thousands of vaccine studies.
Mr. Siri, we've been talking about medical issues. You're not a medical doctor, are you?
No, sir.
And you're not an immunologist or biologist or any kind of...
Or vaccinologist, no, but I depose them regularly, including the world's leading ones with regards to vaccines, and I have to make my claims based on actual evidence when I go to court with regards to vaccines. I don't get to rely on titles.
Okay. But you're not a doctor.
No, I prefer not to be a doctor because I prefer to rely on the evidence, not slogans like we've been hearing.
Okay. Let me ask you, have you spoken to Secretary Kennedy about his decision to approve COVID-19 or limit the approval and availability of COVID-19 vaccines?
No, sir.
You have not. Okay. Have you spoken to him about the vaccine injury compensation program?
I do not recall.
You have represented him, correct?
Yeah, I represented him when he was running for president of the United States of America. I've represented him during that period to get him off ballots across the country. I've represented him in some other capacities. I've also co-counseled with him in many cases for almost a decade.
Have you been under consideration to be part of his team at HHS?
I have not put my name in to be part of the government. I respectfully prefer to be outside of government.
Mr. Rogers, I understand your degree is in political economy, correct?
Correct. As I imagine to earn a PhD, one must make an original contribution to knowledge as verified by external peer review. That's the degree that I have. And unfortunately, these days, medical school is just a glorified trade school for people trained to obey the pharmaceutical industry. Now, trade schools can be great, but Western allopathic medicine has completely lost its way. So, but I'm a doctor of philosophy and social sciences.
Okay. I guess we've established your views on the medical profession. I'm curious. I don't know the answer to this question. In some of your Twitter posts, you said, and I'm quoting, "You people are all going to spend eternity in hell. Nuremberg 2 first, then hell." What did you mean by that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe that we are in the midst of one of the greatest crimes in human history. We have a product being injected into children 70 plus times over the course of their development that's never been tested against a proper safety procedure. Over that course of that time period, chronic illness in this country has gone from 10% of children having one or more chronic conditions to now more than 50% of children having one or more chronic conditions. Secretary Kennedy, in the hearing that was last week, said that the latest data from the CDC says that 76% of Americans now have one or more chronic conditions. And I believe that lots of these chronic conditions stem from iatrogenic injury. We have 3 million children with autism. Back in 1970, the rate was so low that it was essentially zero. I'm outraged by that, and I think every person in this room should be outraged by that. I don't know how to say it anymore clearly that we need to change course in this country. And I'm terribly disappointed by the medical profession. In the social sciences, there's this term called epistemic capture, which is when the entire knowledge production process becomes captured by one industry. And that's what's happened with science and medicine. And so I think we need to change course. And I think the people who have covered up the autism epidemic and the epidemics of iatrogenic injury should be held to account for their actions.
Are you comparing? I'm holding up a copy of the tweet. I'm sure you recognize it. You people are all going to spend eternity in hell. Nuremberg 2. And in another tweet, you made, I think, fairly clear that you thought Nuremberg 2 referred to executions. And then you said, if we could hit those sorts of numbers, meaning the numbers of executions following the Holocaust, when pharma fails, we would be doing great. I think the inevitable conclusion there is calling for the execution of people.
I think that's overstated. I think you're putting words in my mouth, respectfully, Senator.
I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So look, let's put it in the context of COVID. I've already talked about autism. Let's talk about COVID. The state, however you define that, the military, CDC, Tony Fauci, Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, created a weaponized virus, correct? Gain-of-function research. They contracted it out to China, and it caused a pandemic around the world once it was released. The government created a weaponized virus that then got out and caused a global pandemic. When are we going to have accountability for that? I generally don't understand why government officials are allowed to engage in
Rogers, I'm not putting
research.
words in your mouth. I'm just quoting your words.
I would like to have accountability for the COVID era, and I'd like to have accountability for the fact that the CDC has known since 1999 that vaccines cause autism, and they've covered it up for 26 years. How do we begin to have accountability? You want to call it something different? Truth commissions, criminal trials?
So
I would welcome
you're
that.
comparing the COVID-19 vaccine to the Holocaust.
Sir,
Well,
respectfully.
I will ask that these posts be entered in the record if there's no objection.
Objection. Okay, let's. I want to move on.
All right. I just thought his approach was fantastic. You know, just calling it like
how
it is.
fast he wanted to change the subject.
Yeah, I'm right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Jerry. Bring it on. Crimes against humanity, right? Sherry, much love to you. Have a good night and get much rest.
In 1976, we had the influenza breakout.
It's all the flu, MERS, SARS.
Yeah.
They're all influenza variants. And that's it. Do you guys think that's okay? Here's the morale. Like, they do this experimental stuff. They definitely got caught doing gain of function, but they've done it with everything to prepare for that. I understand that from an engineering standpoint. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, logically, if I build something, I should probably use it in an unintended way so I can plan for that use case, right? So I understand. But you guys say I'm at like a moral dilemma. Like, don't mess. It's already the flu.
Right. Yeah. Hold on one second. I want to say hi, Donald. It is so good to see you here. Thanks for coming by. Synchronicity. I was just thinking about you recently, and it's really good to see you. So I'm glad you're doing well, I hope, and that you're around. Thanks for coming and saying hi. And Nick, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. All right. Carry on.
I got a question for everybody. Wasn't COVID originally a canine flu virus?
No. See that we joke like I joke like thank God I can eat bat soup again. They said it came from like some because animals get flu. This is true. But COVID-19 was cooked up in a lab just like SARS, MERS. So MERS is Middle East. Think of this. MERS is Middle East respiratory syndrome. That's where it gets creepy. Like, are you kidding? Like, did you guys really Nazi it up and make an influenza that only affects people? Hell yeah, they did.
Yeah, the problem, Donald, is that a lot of the scientists are being censored. So those who don't agree are being censored out of having their say. So it's not really, it's hard to say what the majority says or not because, it's being so heavily edited out.
Well, and whenever you kind of like ban 300 doctors in Houston in the medical center because they come out saying, hey, we treat our patients with this, and they say, sit down, shut up, or you'll lose your license.
Well, so
I don't know that those same scientists now still have validity anymore. You just kind of bullied the opposition out. You kind of lost any validity.
Right. And that's the whole point of science is that, they say, don't question the science. Well, that's what science is. Real science is testing hypothesis,
So
science questions everything.
Like it could be both. Again, no
Glad
right
you're here,
answer. Nick. Were they more motivated by the profits? Totally could be true. Or did they really want to do depopulation? Totally could be true. I think that there's
dilemma. I think that there were a lot of people that were compartmentalized and they didn't realize what they were doing because they've been indoctrinated in their schooling, they've been indoctrinated in their training, and they were, it's almost militant in medical systems and in schools and in a lot of organizations to trust their higher ups, So I don't think that they were all in on it. I think that many of them trusted the people that they trusted and then, went along with it.
I'm just going to say this from a medical perspective, because I'm in the medical field, that I promise you, don't trust the scientists because they go with the highest person that gives them a kickback. And if you don't think they still exist, you're delusional.
No, but you said profit
to promote their drug. They want everybody to promote their drugs. So that's what you're going to hear. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no,
why do you think your doctor all of a sudden switches you to something else if you're on a routine medication? Because a pharmacy came in and gave them a bigger kickback to promote their medicine.
Yeah. And I believe you, it was
some
people were in it for the profit. Some people were like, well, we're doing the greater good and there's profit to be made. I think there were a few people who were in it for the depopulation size. I don't think there were
think
as
about
many
it this way.
as you think. I don't think
how
every
many people
nurse was in it for depopulation.
No, that's what I was saying. I don't think that. That's the opposite of what I was saying.
I don't think that
most
either.
of them had any idea.
I wasn't saying.
But
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, Grau, hold on a second. Think about how many people were coerced by getting a free donut or a free burger or free pizza or free lap dances.
That's friggin' delusional right there.
Hold on. So it took something as slight as that to coerce people to do it. Now think about how many hundreds of thousands of dollars doctors and the hospitals were coerced with. So if people are going to give up their arm and their bodily autonomy for a donut, people are easily persuaded, especially if they're not
professional field, though.
You guys,
tickets to the stadium.
Hold on, you guys. We can't all talk at the same time. Rescue, go ahead.
I think the professional field was different. I personally view it almost like a chess game, and they kind of knew what they were doing. They actually got embedded in certain seats of power, and like in corporations, you have now the control of shareholders. Well, then you can dictate the messaging and it all kind of coincided. And I think that that's where you had, like, even with the election, they did it with the 2020 election. All the attorneys that started to come out to file suits, guess what? The bar come out and goes, if you do, you're going to lose your license. Well, guess who took control of the bar? Well, guess who took control of the medical? Guess who controls the hospitals? And then you kind of go, oh, if you want to practice your medical field, then you're either going to go along with what we're saying out of this hospital, or you're going to find somewhere else to go. Well, all of a sudden you have doctors that go with the play.
It's disgustingly optimistic. It's like, okay, they did it for profits. That's a problem. Greed's a sin. Thank God they didn't all do it for depopulation.
Well, you know, the love of money is the root of evil.
Right, but they were controlled by those who were doing it for depopulation is the point, you know?
Yeah.
Whether they do it or not.
Or just a shifting of the control, because I still kind of look at it. If you look at the 350 million we got here, people, while they might have lost touch of the Declaration, Constitution, Bill of Rights, but they've grown accustomed to the freedoms that this country has off of those documents. Well, if you invite in another 200 million, and then you can kind of like exchange 200 of these million for 200 of those million, they don't care. If you throw them a Big Mac, this is like 10 times free.
Well, and that's what I was trying to get in there. Like Indy, you said how much, you know, we'll give you a free donut, and you said the money. And what I'll be done after the scary thing. Unlimited money, you all. Do you realize that? It was paid for by the taxpayers. Yeah. How much do we need? Not
just the taxpayers, but it was funded by global funds too.
But you see what I'm saying? Unlimited money.
Yeah, hold on, Grell. I want to read this comment. Donald says, I would love to hear from more doctors that said they were censored. There has to be many out there, right? Whistleblowers, right? Absolutely. And I actually have a video I've played several times that I'm going to pull up.
Yeah.
But hold on. So I'll pull it up in a minute. But he's one of the doctors. But yeah, hold on 1 second though. But yeah, so like I said earlier, the guy, and I'm not remembering his name, I'm sure somebody else here will, but the guy who invented the PCR tests, he spoke out against it before COVID. No, it wasn't Robert Malone that invented the PCR. It was somebody else. But he also
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, hold on. And then also the guy who made the mRNA, he also spoke out and said that it shouldn't be used as it was.
That one's Malone. Yeah, who did make the PCR test?
I was just going to tell Donald, if you type in and Google the 300 doctors in the medical center silenced, you can come up with the articles. Because it was right down here in what's called the medical center, and 300 doctors that operate in all this, what's called the medical center in different places. They came out to actually promote that because they were doing the little therapeutic stuff to people, and they were doing the Ivermectin, and man, they got shut down quick. It's about the time a couple of reporters tried to report on that story got fired. So it was a deal down here.
What you can do, I think it's actually more of a threat to people to not be able to have discourse about these things. I think being able to have the conversations and have our First Amendment so that we can not just trust our government and the paid for propaganda that is the mainstream media is actually very vital. Yeah. All right, Tiger, do you have a final thought? No, go ahead. Well, actually, sorry, hold on 1 second. I see Jake in the background there. Okay, Jake. Yeah, I recognize you. I was going to say I didn't recognize you, but I do. You are a new.
Well, let's have some discourse.
Yes, thank you for coming up. Glad you're here.
I love the concept. I'm terrified by the eagerness to jump into what I think of as dangerous conspiracy theories. But you know what? No matter what we think, if we talk like this, we're going to arrive at a place of at least understanding.
Right.
I'm glad
so,
to see
Jake, do you want to tell a little bit about your channel? And Donald actually introduced me to your channel. I know Donald through Rick Renstrom. And I've only seen your stream a few times, but I tend to agree with you when I've seen what you're speaking about. But I really like, because I think you're doing something similar in a way to what I'm doing here, trying to have a discourse and an open conversation and dialogue about the topics that are usually avoided. So go ahead. You want to tell a little bit about your channel?
I think we agree with the main conspiracy theory of it all, which is whether it's a conscious plan or not, there are forces which are trying to get us to argue with each other. And that is what my channel is set against. I'm doing a number of shows that are meant to appeal to all kinds of different audiences. But basically, I just want us to get to a place where we're acknowledging that even if we have different plans, we do have the same goal, which is making a world that is safe and healthy and decent for us all, and where we have an opportunity to excel. I should say the name. It's What You Can Do, WYCD on YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, I'm not sure if anybody will be able to find that, so I'm going to find it and make sure we drop your link in the chat. But great, thank you, and thanks for coming up. So, do you have any comments about what we've been talking about so far?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of statements being made that have no evidence to back them up, but they are, not a lot of evidence to back them up, but they're being said as though they're just fact. Like, well, we all know these were made in a lab. No, we don't. For the most part, I don't think anybody who is a professional in an industry that deals with any of these diseases, these SARS diseases, are going to say these are lab-made viruses. They are ancient viruses.
Oh, I think we were speaking about the COVID-19 in specific.
Well, SARS is, I see what Jake said. And sorry, it was me. You can call me out, man. Like I did. I was like mRNA, MERS, right? And I am no expert on that. I'm a software engineer. So you're correct. I shouldn't have said these were all lab made, but gain of function was admitted to. I don't want to draw the core. But yeah, we're messing around with this stuff in the CDC, right? They have anthrax in there and all that to study. That's what I was getting at.
But
is
regardless
it more
of where it came from,
nefarious? Yeah.
You know, the vaccine was made by an administration I don't trust. But
thank you.
At the end of the day, it was, I mean, I don't. I think, I'm not trying to be inflammatory. I just literally, they're from the other side. I think the people who were in the Trump administration and are in the Trump administration are liars. I'm not asking you to agree with that. I'm just saying how much I doubted the decency of the people that made the vaccine. But it was thoroughly tested. It was as tested as
with
you
Trump?
The vaccine for this? Yes.
No.
The disease didn't exist.
Your distrust in the government. It started 2016. I don't know. I bet I haven't.
No, God, no.
You see what I'm saying? It's like I don't care who's up there. They're all awful.
I'm just emphasizing how little reasons I had for trusting the vaccine. I had none, except that I think it was tested fairly. I think we've had it in millions of people now, and I think
delusional.
Before it even rolled out, there was people saying that there's going to be chips in it, or it's going to. There was already fun stories being written for the vaccine.
No vaccine in history has ever hit the shelf without 10 years of testing. So you are delusional.
The warp speed is where I'm like, nope.
The warp speed is like one of the only compliments I can give earnestly to the Trump administration, because why was it done so quickly?
No,
it was done so quickly because it was a worldwide pandemic that was not going away.
Oh my God!
And you're right. There wasn't. It wasn't.
Thank you, JM, for sharing out his link. Appreciate that. And thank you, Nick, for becoming a member.
Very much. It was super quick how it was rolled out. It was, in fact, warp speed. But why does it take 10 years to test all these vaccines? For the safety of the people we're testing
don't die.
Yes.
It could be so we don't end up with young college kids passing out on a football field from myocarditis after being 100% healthy just a month before the vaccine.
We don't know that they were 100% healthy.
That was actually exactly what was reported by his parents.
Somebody who is 20 years old should not be. You know what? You are delusional. Let's
continue the dialogue. We don't need to name call, but let's continue the dialogue.
So you can have warp speed
when
testing.
I say we don't
if you
know
have
that he was 100%
that many
healthy.
Volunteers. If, like Indy said, like on what we've discussed, like people were hesitant because of the kind of coercion and the uncertainty around it. Warp speed would be great if everyone volunteered, right? Because then you could get 10 years of research done overnight because you have so many different variations to test against. They tested this thing in real time, and as a software engineer, we don't like F it. We'll do it live. We'll test right on production. Like we don't do that.
They actually force people to be scientific experiments.
Yep, the volunteer.
Well, I do think that they didn't force people because it was a choice. They coerced people, but it was always a choice.
Okay, you're right. You're right. It is coercion, not force. My bad.
And also uninformed consent, because they didn't inform them of the information that they had. They didn't show,
right,
why it was under an emergency use and not actually approved fully and all of these other things.
But I'm just saying, whenever you tell somebody, hey, you can have a job today and get a shot, or you can be unemployed and not.
Right. Yeah. I lost my job because I refused to get it. I was a public school teacher, so I worked for the state. My husband also worked for the state. And when it came time to it, I had already done the research. I'd already listened to all of the censored doctors and scientists and knew what was coming down the line. And so it was not a question for me at all. I knew that I was not going to apply and get it.
But Jake,
and I
to
know,
your point,
right,
you're
and
saying,
several
why
of
does
us.
it take
Hold on,
so
Growl. I know several
long
of
to
us.
test these? Because people.
Hold on, Growl. You just talked right over me. But yeah, so I do think that people were coerced. My husband chose to get it because we both work for the state in different areas. And like I said earlier, thankfully he didn't get the mRNA. So he didn't have any side effects. He got the Janssen. But I know many people that felt coerced in much the same way and did have side effects. And I know people that opted to take it because they felt it was the right thing to do, and they now have vaccine injuries. They have long-term health problems because they got these vaccines. So, I think Jake, I would just ask, do you believe in vaccine injuries from these vaccines? Do you think that those risks were worth taking it?
Let's finish addressing the very first thing I was trying to say, which is the reason it was done quickly, because it's important to understand all the rest of this, including what you call vaccine injuries, the myocarditis. The reason it was done so quickly is that there was a worldwide pandemic. There still is, as a matter of fact. It has not gone away. We do not know what long-term effects COVID has, because this is a new disease. There is reason to believe myocarditis is a long-term effect of COVID. People who have not had the vaccine but have had COVID often get myocarditis. So because of all of this, I notice that in the name of a more interesting story, a lot of times what appear to be little details get worked in to make it seem like a more nefarious thing. And I think the end result of all of this is that you're essentially doing PR for a disease. You're making it easier for the actual danger.
Let me address something quickly. Do you agree that there are algorithms that keep us pigeonholed into echo chambers? And it connects. Let me connect the dots here.
I'm parsing out. Yeah, I would say so. I don't really know what pigeonholed means, but I think I understand.
Okay. Have you seen, by any chance, the documentary A Social Dilemma?
No.
I would highly recommend watching it to anybody who hasn't seen it. It's a lot of the creators of social platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and they're talking about how they didn't understand at the time the effects that a lot of what they created would have on people. And but it also talks about how the algorithms that they used to help get people to focus on their platform, because it's all about getting, we're the consumers, we're the product, our energy.
Yeah.
So they're not monetization. No, they're getting us to stay focused on their platform. They're constantly sending us notifications. They're sending us things that they think are going to engage us. I actually have a quick video I'm going to pull up in a minute that will address this quick briefly. But that is something that is admitted to be happening. And I think part of the problem when we're addressing things like this is that it sounds like you and a couple other people in chat have been in completely different realms of information than what most of us here have been involved in. And so we're seeing totally different perspectives on the same issues because we're getting pigeonholed. And I mean like cornered into different echo chambers by algorithms that we have no control over.
What do you use to verify that the information you're seeing from your chamber is correct?
Right.
I
So
watch
when
the
I
Congress
first
hearings.
Yes, I do. Like we've just played, and I don't know if you were here for that.
When I get a chance.
Yeah, I'll go to you right after this rescue. But for me, I started trusting a lot of the scientists and doctors that were being censored, the ones whose speech was being eliminated at that time. And a lot of them, like I said, Kerry Mullins, he's the one who created the PCR test, the one who created mRNA. They
Why did
spoke
you
out
start
against
trusting the
these
censored
things.
ones? I'm sorry. I thought that was the end.
Because they were the ones who created the mRNA and the PCR. So I started with them. And then I also, at the same time, found out about the Smith-Mundt Act being revoked and how that had been changed so that our media is no longer independent. It's not a form of checks and balances any longer. They are complying with what they're being paid to do. So I started questioning a lot of these things all at the same time. And for me, I had never been political. I was not in any way an anti-vaxxer. I had 2 very young children who I had following the vaccine schedule. I had followed the vaccine schedule myself. Up until this, when I started questioning all of these things, it was like a floodgates that opened for me. And I know that that was true for a lot of people in some senses because they pushed so hard. When I saw them pushing, I don't know. I can't tell all my story right now. It'll take too much time. But I live near Seattle. And so I was very much keeping an eye on live streamers who were boots on the ground. And it was the first time I'd been following live streamers at the Chop and the Chaz when all of that was going on with the George Floyd riots and the Occupy protest, all of that. And what I saw that was happening in real
I'm
time.
sorry. We got to correct the record. They were not George Floyd riots. There was peaceful protests.
No, they were riots.
Like I said, hold on. Let me finish my thought though.
When I
was watching those things, hold on. You were in Seattle?
I won't have you disparage them, and I know you weren't there.
You were in Seattle?
No, I was in Detroit.
Okay, so I'm speaking specifically about Seattle. When I was watching people who were part of that movement, who were there live streaming what they were seeing, and I was watching it around the clock as much as possible because it was right down the road from me and I was very invested in it. So when I was watching all of that, and then when I saw what they were putting on the news that completely left out a lot of the details, they were in no way peaceful. During the day, sure, it was like a street fair. At night, they were not peaceful. There were murders that were never reported, never solved. Some that were reported were never solved. There were rapes. There were children that were taken.
Did you see the murders?
Yes.
How do you know there were murders that were never reported? So you saw them.
I saw them.
I did in St. Louis.
So wait a minute. Indy and Tiger both witnessed murders. Did you go to the police?
Witnessed. Yes, I did. I contacted the police
right across the street from my house.
Hold on, Tiger. I saw.
Indy,
I reported. You're good. You're good. I saw a child that was taken while a woman was raped, and I saw one of the murders of a trans man who was killed. That was not. It was touched on briefly in side notes. It didn't fit their agenda. It was a black trans man that was murdered in the Chop, and that didn't make the news. The 2 boys that were murdered, I did watch. I didn't see them actually get murdered. I'd heard the kill shot, and I saw on several live streams what was happening during that time. There's still been no charges for any of that.
So were you there in person?
No, I was watching the live streams of the different people who were there as part of that group. They were not people opposed to it. They were boots on the ground at the time.
So you saw it on the internet.
Including Raz Simone, in real time as it happened.
So
and some of them needed never to be found again.
If a friend that you talk to that you know in real life, like you talk to them, and they were to actually go somewhere and then start to stream something and show you something, would that, if you started to tell somebody about that, would it still be valid since it's just your friend streaming it and it's on the internet, or would it be that because you know a person and yes, they're live streaming something? So doesn't that make a difference? Like, doesn't the validity of it, or is it easy to just discard it?
We had an ex-police officer up here
with somebody that actually had legitimate conversations, knew off this whole thing. So there was, that's different. It wasn't just like footage from a thumbnail or something. It was actually a known person that was there.
Listen, I just want to know what Jake's credentials are for all this BS he's up here talking.
He's a person with an opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Well, that's what
basically
I
it.
mean. I think a lot of it is coming because we see different news. We see different information. We're coming from different perspectives because of what we're fed through the algorithms. So,
I will
like
also
I said, I'm going to pull up
suggest
that video in a minute. Keep going.
to add one more thing onto that. We are seeing different things, and we're also being different levels of critical with the information we're receiving.
You perceive
Yeah,
it. I
some
don't
of
think that's
us,
the case.
That's why
some of
I
us
wanted to ask you a
actually
couple of
see
things.
it, and then there's you.
So I want, because that's why I asked
Well,
you, like, have you watched some of the hearings, the actual congressional hearings where they've like it's now known gain of function was in the works, and that this is like there's details of this. Like, are you aware of any of that? Because
yes,
I'm not
I
sure
have been
if
watching
you
them,
are or
and
intentionally not. So I'm
the
just trying to
deeply
figure out.
conservative representatives
But
largely.
the witnesses, so you think the witnesses lie just because it's a conservative that's sitting in the chair spot, so those witnesses will lie? So did they lie during the Democratic seat, or is it only a one-sided? Is this a party
Well,
thing?
you asked a question and then asked another question because you
And another
assumed
one,
the
actually,
answer,
but yeah.
and then another one. So I actually haven't gotten to respond to any of them, and I don't
Well,
recall
there's
what the
three.
very
I'm sorry.
first
I'll
one is.
let you.
It's
You've
okay.
got all three. It's all.
But the short answer is, I think basically the people who are washing the news for you are putting a layer over everything to match up a story. I think the Republican politicians and Democrat politicians in their own way are playing along to try to con you guys pretty much, and me. But I think we've all been successfully conned. And to what Tiger was saying earlier, I mean, she's failing to mention her own blind spots, but she's not wrong about mine. I think, yes, exactly
Well,
what Tiger was
likewise,
saying.
though, you know,
I
Jake,
don't
that's
see
the
some of the
problem.
ways I'm wrong.
Well, I'm asking what about the congressional stuff is because like they've literally had testimony from the actual developer of the mRNA go up there and talk. So I mean, these aren't
Can we pull
conservative
that up?
witnesses.
I'd love to watch the testimony and have us like listen to what they're saying together.
Well,
You
I
can
mean,
go
I
back
think
and
that
watch
that's
the
actually
beginning of the
something you can
stream. You
watch
can
because it
see.
sounds
Oh,
like
I
it's
missed that. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, we
well,
just
yeah,
played
you
two
need to put your
different
own
videos.
work in. I mean, you know, that's if you're going to be really unbiased, then maybe you ought to go approach it in an unbiased viewpoint and look it up instead of being fed information that you're just going to discard anyway, like it's bad food. So maybe if you were to put work
Well,
to
yeah,
go
I want
discover
you to
this
tell
stuff, it'll
me.
actually have different meaning when you actually have your own awakening moment when you read something and watch it and you go, wait a minute, that's not what I've been telling
Right,
people all
Frank.
this bullshit. So, you know, hey, it can be a good wake-up call.
I mean,
Right.
maybe. I think that if I watch it on my lonesome, I'm going to come up with the same opinions that I had in the past, and they'll seem like they're correct to me.
Well,
If
then what
any
another
of you
person tells you ain't going to
Well,
want to join me
Jake,
for one, you're welcome in the future.
okay, I had to go collect myself for a minute because I was really getting ticked. But I will tell you this. I work in nursing. I literally, in the facility I work in, we had one death, one that was directly correlated to COVID. We had 5 that were directly correlated, sorry, I'm getting upset again, to the shot.
This is what we do, Nick. Glad
Specifically
you're
the
here.
COVID vaccine.
Yes, sir.
And how did they die as a result of the COVID vaccine? What happened to these people?
They literally got the shot, and within 48 hours, 5 people died for no other reason. There was no other viable reason.
Right. So have you not seen the videos of the people dropping dead right after taking it? Have you not seen those, Jake?
Yeah, I have seen videos of that. I've not
Yeah,
seen
but
one
I'm
that
sure
was
that's
completely debunked, but yeah.
to you.
You think you've seen those debunked, did you say, Jake?
I've only seen ones that were debunked. Eventually.
See, I've never seen.
They weren't
I've
debunked.
never
by
Well,
seen
I
them.
lived it. I lived it. So no, they weren't debunked.
If you go back and watch Jake, hold on. If you go back and watch the beginning of this stream, you'll see a lot of comments of people who lost family members right after getting the vaccines. I'm in a group of people on Facebook who are vaccine widows, and they all share that they had this. Not all, most of them share that they had the same protocols that were followed. Those were Fauci's protocols that were put in place once they were tested positive. So that's not even just about the vaccine. It was also the protocols and the testing that were put in
We
place.
missed the point that Tiger made, and
Go ahead.
it's happening again. So Tiger said they got They came into the hospital, got a vaccine shot.
No, it ain't a hospital. It's a nursing facility.
Excuse me. They
Get
came
your
into the
facts
nursing
straight,
facility.
please.
Sure. They came into the nursing
They
facility.
lived there. They didn't come there. They lived there.
I see. So during a pandemic, they were living in a nursing facility, received a shot, and within
An
48
assisted
hours.
living facility. It's not like they were dying.
Okay, an assisted living facility. The key thing that I'm hearing is that they received a shot and within 48 hours died. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is exactly what is on their death certificates.
Many also passed away within the first week, and they weren't considered vaccinated until after a full week.
Well,
Did you know that
the
information?
crucial thing, because we're not approaching the point here, and this is the only thing that matters.
Okay,
So
let's talk all property like you know what the hell you're talking about.
Tigers. So you just said that it's on their death certificate?
Yes, sir.
Their cause of
They
death
died as a direct result of a vaccine.
That I'm sorry to say this right to your face like this, but I don't think that's true, and I would love to be proven wrong. Is there any way I can?
don't care what you think is true.
You know what?
I know
Look it up.
pretty an egotistical ass
Jake,
statement. I must say, you
my
just kind of
email-
come out without knowing anybody, and you're just like, you know what, you're lying.
Well, okay.
Because you're
Really
dressing up in
quickly,
whatever word salad, but
I'm
that's
gonna pull
that's
up-
the definition. And
I'm
that's
going to pull
pretty
up this
crude, dude.
video. Hold on, right. I'm going to pull up this video. Jake, my email, I will put in the private chat. I would love for you to email me so that I can send you a lot of information because I've been doing this now, like many of us, for 5 years. This video is a quick video. This is a comedian. It's actually someone I know personally, not anymore really, but someone I grew up with. His name is Jeff Dye. He's hilarious. But on top of that, like many comedians, he's using his voice to speak truths. And this is something that he's sharing that has to do with the echo chambers I was talking about earlier. Please, if you're on panel, go ahead and mute while we play this. Thanks.
Echo chambers used to be groups of people. Now you have your own personal echo chamber between you and your phone. Nowadays, we're only hanging out with people that have the same beliefs as us. That's strange. I don't know when that started. I think the internet probably. Because like the algorithm only sends me what I want to see. So what I want to see is home runs, boobs, dogs. So I'm in my own little perfect personal Jeff Dye echo chamber. So I'm walking around going, isn't life beautiful? Right? Because I've created this algorithm that makes me go, the internet's great. Whereas if you click on a video where a police officer is assaulting a black teenager, now the algorithm learns that's what this guy wants to see.
Yep.
So now you're getting hundreds of videos a day of like whatever your algorithm and you have set up. You click on a video of a girl that's, you know, super and it's her OnlyFans and blah, blah, blah. Now the algorithm goes, this is what he likes. And so you start sending you all these OnlyFans girls, and then you start to lose humanity in women, and you're like, all women are hoes who are just on the computer trying to sell their bodies. And it's just because the algorithm is feeding you what it thinks you want. And then what happens is you got OnlyFans guy, you got home runs and dog guy, and you got the social justice guy. And we all might be right, we all might be a little wrong, but we're all going, how do you not see what I'm seeing? And so every day you wake up and go, how could you not understand what the world is like? And you're like, I only know what my echo chamber is.
Okay, so like I said, I think that we're seeing evidence of that right here because Jake, you know, like I said, when I've been over to your stream, a lot of the point, you know, Jake's format, at least when I've seen it, Jake, is that he is up on panel by himself and he posts kind of a statement, and those who disagree, he invites up to come up and kind of have debate with you. And so when I've been there, almost everything you've said, I've agreed with. So I see that we have a lot of common ground, and that's what I like to try to find is our common ground. You know, but I do think that it's probably a case of us not having the same information and the same input. And so we're not getting the same output on how we're seeing things.
Right.
I think it's worth
Welcome
chewing
to
over.
thought.
I'll give it some thought. Thank you for the conversation, though. I'll check back in.
Well, look,
I'd
Jake,
love to
I know
talk to you.
I've been a little bit hateful. I'm sorry to talk over you. But I know I've been a little bit on the hateful side. But unless you've experienced this stuff, you don't know. So you need to listen to people who have actually been in the trenches and witnessed stuff.
And we
I've under-egged it, but I would say I've experienced Well, we'll talk more, but I do want to say
we were
the
doing
thing I'm
like
noticing.
No, so what have you experienced? Have you watched people die from this?
Yeah, I mean, literally, yeah. But
From
what I would
COVID
like to
or
say
the
is that
vaccine?
it seems like, even though we
Awesome, Nick.
disagree about generally what's happening, we do have the same goal. We're both passionate about this because we're concerned about people dying needlessly. I can work with that.
Yes, I am.
We'll eventually figure out whose information is correct. If it ends up being yours, great. That's less work for me to do. But I would I look forward to working with you guys in the form of conversations. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. And I appreciate you being here. And yes, I know, this is something, and that often happens here where people get heated. We try to keep things as respectful as possible, but obviously, and I'm sure this, I would guess, happens at yours too, Jake. People get passionate about these things because they are topics that are so, they have been made to be so divisive. And I really do think that the powers that be, or that should not be, are trying to divide and conquer us in the long term. That's a whole nother rabbit hole we can go through another time. But I do think that it's about divide and conquer. And so I'm glad that you were here and that we could have these conversations. And thanks to everybody who's here.
See you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Heavy D, thanks for coming up.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hey, what's
up? I'm doing good. Yeah, how about we do come to a compromise? How about I say this and see if we can all agree. I do agree in personal autonomy. Nobody should be forced to get the vax, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's fine.
I
That's
saw your
fine with
comment
me.
about
I
that.
agree with that. Okay, right. And so my point is, okay, if you don't want to get the vax, then that's fine. You shouldn't be forced to get it. And I don't believe anybody was actually forced at gunpoint to take the vax. That's how
Not
I
at gunpoint.
No, they were forced at livelihood.
Well, there were actually cases also, not as many here in the States, I don't think, as in other countries rather, but there were cases of people that were forced either because they were deemed mentally unfit or for other health reasons. They had somebody else that was able to make that choice for them. So there were
How
people
about
that
our
were
military?
I was just gonna say the military.
And the military,
They
right,
actually
that's
were.
a good
Yep.
point, good
They kicked people out if you didn't take it. There's your actual
Yes.
force. The population was coerced and
The
honestly,
same with the medical staff. Get it or leave.
Okay. Then let's just bring it down to civilians.
Well, that's why are we going to discount all of the people that were forced to have it to make your
No,
point?
that's he's saying that like there was actual force and threat of loss of job, right? Military, cool. So there was
you got
that.
discharged.
But I see what he's saying. Like civilians went through something. Civilians
So-
actually went through real
Okay.
war
But let me
crimes.
ask.
Hang on, guys. The subterfuge.
Sorry about that, Pat. Thanks for
offering
coming up.
offering donuts to get a shot, offering a burger to get a shot.
Hi, Queen.
That's real evil. Like, the coercion's like the subterfuge is honestly more evil than just saying take this or
Take
quit.
your X NYC.
Well, I think it's even worse than that when you find out that this is like self-created thing, and that then you get an intentional lie instead of addressing it like you would in an accidental spill type thing. So it then makes it look where it's not as just simple the vax. I'm totally cool. They do you, boo. But I just think that using a vaccine word though, there's the COVID vax and then there's the other vaxes. So a regular vax, that's different. This right here, totally handled everything about it is wrong. And so I don't know how you make it right.
Okay. My point is that, nobody should be forced to get vaccinated. If there's a choice, like in the military, it's like you have to get vaccinated or you're going to be discharged, right?
Then just discharge and go go be a carpenter. You see, I
you're
understand it's hard. I understand it's hard.
Okay, so
but
what is the second part of your point there, Donald?
Not that easy.
Okay, all right. But my point is that, look, you guys agree with me? Those people who choose not to get vaccinated also cannot be allowed in certain venues if the establishment says if you're not vaccinated, you're not allowed in.
Right.
Would you comply,
No.
would you comply with that? Would you
no,
comply
not
with
at
that?
all.
I know.
Okay,
Anti-segregation.
private businesses have the right to make the choice for themselves. I do agree with that.
They do.
Well,
But
that was my question.
if the vaccine works, then why would the people who take it be afraid of the people who don't?
Thank you.
I'm not afraid of any. I'm vaccinated. I'm not afraid of you.
Okay,
I'm not afraid
so
of anybody.
not only that,
I'm afraid of them infected.
Hold on, Donald. Take out the word afraid. Okay, let me rephrase it. If the vaccine works, then why would the people who are vaccinated not, or the businesses that have those people there, not allow people who are unvaccinated to be in the same space? Why would it matter if the vaccines are protecting people?
Can you say that again? I said it again.
Yep. If the vaccines are effective, if they work, then and they're protecting you, I'm just going to say you. If the vaccine is protecting you from getting COVID-19, then why would you not want to be in a business or an establishment that has people who are unvaccinated? What difference would it make to you?
I don't know. That's just private. Some private establishment policy. It varies probably from the.
But why would that need to be the? Why would that need to be the policy? If the vaccines work, you should be able to make that choice for yourself, and you would be protected. If they don't work,
I kind of agree. I kind of agree with that. I'm more afraid of infecting somebody who's not vaccinated. You know what I mean?
But okay, but
so
I
don't know.
That's the choice of the person.
No,
who's
I'm
infected.
afraid.
I have no fear of being around somebody. Actually, I do. To be totally honest, I'm guessing you're not aware of shedding, but shedding is where spiked protein is, and shedding's been around for a long time. It's not new to this vaccine. Shedding is when a vaccine or a part of a disease or whatever comes out through the pores and through body fluids. So it actually, for those of us who don't want the mRNA in our systems, it's actually more detrimental to us to choose to be around people who were vaccinated, because we are now being open to that mRNA coming into contact with us. But if you have the vaccine and it's protecting you, then you shouldn't have any concern about being around people who are unvaccinated.
No, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Maybe you didn't hear exactly what I was saying. I'm saying I'm more afraid around being around somebody who's unvaccinated because I might infect them.
Right, but you're talking about being infected with COVID.
But you're vaccinated.
I'll wear a mask around somebody who's unvaccinated. You see what I mean?
I know exactly what he's saying.
I understand what you're saying. That's your choice. But why should I not be allowed, as an unvaccinated person, why should I not be allowed to go into establishments or buildings because you're afraid of giving me an infection? That's my choice.
Oh, you have to ask the establishment that question. They have.
I'm asking you why you think an establishment should make that choice, because you said that you thought establishments should be a consequence for people who are not vaccinated. So I'm asking you why you think that. What is your concern? Why do you need to make that choice for me, or have the business?
No, that's fine with me. You can. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you can.
Can I spare you both?
You can come to work unvaccinated. I'm just saying. My whole point was that the establishment or public events. There might be some certain public events that you need to be vaccinated to get into that event. You know, that's
good to see you, Toasty.
Public. You know, so
right. But
I'll solve both these problems.
Go ahead.
Right
Somebody
now.
else pipe in.
Well, I just want to ask him a question real quick. That why he doesn't like. Have you never noticed that we've never had any events that said, "Well, did you have the chicken pox vax? Did you get the measles vax? Did you get polio vax?" Well, you've never had anything that's asked you of any of the dozens of vax that we've had up until now. Now all of a sudden, this one gets zeroed in. That doesn't just like make somebody go, that's kind of strange. Why just this one? Like that's all I'm saying. You're right.
I was actually going to say that.
Okay, so my original question is that if an establishment has a policy where you cannot enter their establishment because that's their policy, you guys
check
don't
this out real
agree.
quick.
You guys don't agree with that, and then
No,
you
that's
guys,
a private business.
I'll
It's your
solve it right
business.
here.
Do
Check
you
this
that was
out.
my
It's a
point.
private
Good for
business.
that. Good
Public,
for them.
another
I
thing.
didn't know
Right.
they didn't like
So-
money. Okay, you
so-
must
so
not
my-
want my money. I'll go somewhere else that doesn't ask
Right.
those
So
questions.
my
Yeah.
compromise. So my compromise still stands. If you choose not to get vaccinated, then you deal with all these other factors that you may not be allowed in certain establishments. You may not be allowed at some.
So,
Would you guys agree with that?
No.
If I may, I've been trying to get in here for a few minutes now.
Yeah, go ahead,
If I
CK. We
may,
haven't heard
please.
from you. Yeah.
If I may, please. So I have spent years of my life, all 47 of them, dealing with NIH and that whole branch under Fauci. We have been experimented on ad nauseum. Okay. It is my understanding and my belief that we are directly responsible and directly tied to this whole experimentation process. And that what we have is directly correlated to the very first and early uses of vaccines. Because we have a heightened immune response to everything and allergens to everything. It does not matter. The most prevalent are to dairy, which comes from milk protein allergies, eggs, which comes from the influenza vaccines, and multiple other environmental allergens, including latex. Now, my point is that all that I have learned over the years, nobody has a right to tell any of us what we can and cannot, should and should not take in for any reason, period. Because once that happens, it doesn't stop, ever.
Glad you're here,
I
Donald.
can see.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, if you don't
Is
want to
this
get
Queen?
vaccinated,
That's Conspiracy Queen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. I've been waiting for you to talk.
I know, and it's
Well,
good to
thank
see you. Thanks for
y'all.
being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all for letting me in.
I think okay. Well, I can tell by your handle, what your premise is. So.
Well, that was actually from a friend of mine. That's not my name. I go by it now, but that was from a friend of mine. But this is, a lot of it is a long history of understanding how these things work and, understanding they have more. Like they've just done a big genome research into our particular illness that we deal with. And what they're looking at next going forward is how vaccines and things of that nature affect people that are immunocompromised. I think that's a big problem because had they used our group right off the rip for this whole trial study, that would have tanked all of their numbers because a lot of us have sensitivities to things that are in those different immunizations. And we're told, do not run directly for that because of your specific mutations that you have and the way that your body responds. Because we've always had in this family a heightened response to any kind of shots. So you have to look at it and understand that this is a bigger concept. It's a bigger thing going forward, and it has far, far long-lasting reaching implications, not to include our freedoms, our body freedoms, our autonomy. And for that, it doesn't matter whether it's a business telling you, no, you haven't done this, this, and this, or a school going, I'm going to take your child without your consent, and I'm going to do this to them. No, the hell you're not. I'm sorry.
Right.
I don't agree with that. Yeah. But I choose to get vaccinated. I am vaccinated. Out of curiosity, how many people here are vaccinated in the panel?
If you want to share. I am not.
If you want to share, yeah.
I'm not.
I am.
I am absolutely not, and nobody in my household is.
The reason I am is because my wife. She's stage 4 kidney failure.
Oh.
Her immune system is compromised. So that's why I had to get the poke. I did it for her.
Right.
And I
Like
can
I shared,
understand that.
my husband did for our family, since we both work for the state, and in Washington state, all state employees are required to get it. He fully supported me, thankfully, in not getting it and losing my job, which was, about half our income, but he did decide to get it. So, I just want to make sure that I don't have judgment for the people who made that choice. I'm sorry that people felt coerced and in some cases felt forced to make that decision.
Absolutely.
Or
Even more
misled
so.
for that.
Right.
Well,
Even more so for
I mean,
spouses who were held medically
that's what I'm
hostage.
talking about. That's the choice. That's you are making a choice. So if you choose not to get vaccinated, I mean, I know coercion.
Of course, it's a choice.
You say coercion, but look, that's the thing about working for a private establishment.
And I said from the beginning, I agree with you that a private business, I agree, has the right to choose what they're going to do. So when the government made the mandates, which many people were confused and thought were law, they weren't. Mandates are not laws. But when they made those mandates, the businesses had the right to choose. But when you come in and say that you agree that businesses should make that choice, then I have to ask why. Because if the vaccines work, why do but it goes back to what we already talked about. I just don't understand what the purpose would be in there being a punishment or a consequence, if you want to put it that way, for people who aren't getting the vaccine if the vaccines work.
If I could chime in here.
Yeah.
As a former auto technician, I contracted COVID while on the job. The state of Illinois, the governor mandated people to stay home. Only essential services were to be open. We had people coming in wanting an oil change, and we kept telling them an oil change is not an essential service. An essential service is if you are in law enforcement, a first responder, doctors, nurses, police officers. We have to be open for them because they have to be able to get themselves to and from work. And we were only open for like tire repairs, emergency mechanical repairs. That's it. But people kept coming in and demanding oil changes. Somehow,
okay, well, go ahead.
I got infected with COVID from one of the customers' vehicles. I spent 3 months confined in the house. And at the same time, I was in a near fatal motorcycle accident. So I was having to recuperate from that while in quarantine. During the time in quarantine, I developed blood clots in both my lungs. I had to go to the emergency room at the VA hospital in Chicago, which was an hour and a half away. I spent the weekend before Thanksgiving in the hospital. While I was in the hospital, I lost my job because my boss said he tried calling me several times when my phone never rang once. But that's okay. I'd rather work for myself where I can profit 100% instead of making somebody else rich anyways. So he did me a favor.
I'm glad that there was a silver lining for you. That's good.
Amen. Hear you.
But when I was admitted in the VA hospital, the doctor came in the next day and told me if I had waited 2 more days, I would have been dead. So that's how close I was to death.
Right. Yes. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're still with us. Absolutely.
So,
and thanks for sharing that with
I mean,
us.
I've heard several people say, "Oh, COVID's not real. COVID's not real." I can tell you firsthand, COVID is real.
My brother was hospitalized because he wasn't vaccinated, and he was on his deathbed.
But you're associating that with him not being vaccinated, but that you don't know that was the reason.
When he got sick, dude, when he was immune compromised and he got really sick.
But how do you know that? Right, but how do you know that he wasn't affected from the vaccine itself?
No, he didn't get the vaccine. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, he was unvaccinated and got sick. Okay.
Well, that's like
the statistics clearly show that when you're unvaccinated, when you get sick, you're more likely to die, especially if you're immune compromised, or if you're elderly.
Well, I'm going to push back on that a little bit.
She went through it. I got it. It was a couple of days feeling kind of rough. My son got it. He actually did the therapeutic type treatment and got over it. Actually had it twice. And so it affects everybody different.
Exactly. I was going to say, I ended up, right. And I ended up getting sick 3 times in about a year and a half. And as an immunocompromised person that's been that way my whole life, that has a few of the other factors, high blood pressure, having the immune system issue, having asthma, it was unfortunately, but also fortunately, this is something I've lived with my whole life, and respiratory issues are that's a Tuesday for me. So this was like a Tuesday for me. It was just a really crappy Tuesday that lasted a little bit longer. Our family is one of the only other family out of 7,000 people in that NIAID group that was not hospitalized. And I did not go to the hospital. And I did not end up having to go to the hospital. I did the natural treatment and I followed my natural protocols.
And you have the choice, and you have the choice to do that. And you survived it. And I'm glad you did.
Absolutely. But, that's another piece of the research that they added in, is that I did not do all of these other things.
But the numbers.
Absolutely. But, that's another piece of the research that they added in.
Oh, hold on, Tiger, we've got your YouTube running again, so we're hearing an echo. And Jude, thanks for coming up. How are you doing?
I am good, and this is interesting right here.
Yeah. You want to share the floor?
Sorry, I shut I shut the other screen off.
Yep.
So
you're good now. Thank you.
Actually, hey, Indy, I'm going to go ahead and log off.
Okay.
I'm just going to say before I leave that I do advocate for the vaccine. I've gotten the vaccine. I'm 3 times boosted. Never had any problems. I didn't get sick or anything. Like you said, everybody's different, and everybody should have the choice. If they don't want to get vaccinated, then don't get vaccinated. I just urge people to get vaccinated because the stats show. The stats show it.
It depends on what stats you're looking at. It really depends on what stats you're looking at. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay, but I hope that you will look into some information. If you want me to send you things, I have a way to get a hold of you, Donald, and I will. Yeah, but and likewise, if you have something to counter what I'm sending you, I'd like to see it. Because I do think that it's part of it is we're getting stuck in these echo chambers. Can I ask you one more question really quickly, Donald, before you go?
Sure.
Or just leave it with this thought, because I happened to get to this comment and I'm trying to catch up in chat, you guys. Techno says, what if an establishment banned the vaccinated? How would the pro-vaxxers feel about that? Do you think that you'd feel the same way if the vaccinated, like I said, I was talking about shedding. If they found out, they prove that shedding's an issue and now the vaccinated are no longer allowed in public establishments?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind, man, is that establishments are going to lose a lot of business right away. The economy would stop.
Right, which is what a lot of people in the chat, I don't know if you saw, but that's what a lot of people have said is they're fine with no longer giving money to companies that forced, because in my case, there were 4 months where I couldn't go into most public buildings in Washington State because I didn't have a vaccine passport.
That's the catch-22 of it, yeah. I mean,
right, but if it went the other way, I hope that leaves you with some things to contemplate.
Okay.
So can I ask you something before you jump off, please?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So, if you're vaccinated, which and listen, dude, I don't care. That's your body. You can do what you want to do with it. then why does it matter if I'm near you and I'm not vaccinated?
Oh, well, that's because I'm afraid of getting you sick. That's my whole point. I don't want to get you sick.
You're vaccinated. You cannot get me sick.
But you're not. I could be carrying something that I don't want to give.
No, you cannot carry something that you're vaccinated against.
No. You can still get it. You just won't get as sick to the point where you're on your deathbed. That's the whole point of getting vaccinated.
So is this the Donald from chat?
Yes.
Yes.
As Heavy D is
no, and like literally, I'm asking you because I'm not being hateful. I'm actually not being hateful, like I was with the other guy. But if you're already vaccinated, you obviously don't have a fear of being around anybody that's vaccinated because you can't get it, right?
No, I wouldn't be afraid to be around you.
Tiger, they've been told.
So if you can't get it,
they've been told that
if you can't get it, then how are you trying? How are you going to give it to me?
Well, because somebody who's vaccinated can still carry the virus. It just means that you're able to.
That is an oxymoron. That is an oxymoron. You cannot have both. There's no way that both those realities can be true.
Well, have you ever
Tiger, that's a fact.
If you get a TB test or a TB vaccination, if you get an MMR vaccination, if you get a DDPT, if you get any of those other vaccinations, you cannot progress that.
I just got COVID not too long ago. I had a mild.
Well, then your vaccination doesn't work.
No, you don't understand the point of getting vaccinated then.
I do. I'm in healthcare. I totally understand.
The narrative that they are told is that this is what they've been told, and I don't agree with this. I think this is bullshit. Just to make it clear.
I'm trying to educate. Sorry,
I know, but they've been told that if they get the vaccine, they can still get COVID. They can be carriers of COVID. It's not going to affect them as badly as it would if they didn't have the vaccine. And in my mind, that was a mind fuck to make people think that they were doing some service to humanity to get the vaccine. Because I had COVID, a lot of people had COVID, and we were fine. It was like having a bad flu.
I've known people that didn't get that.
And there's no way, but hold on, Donald. There's no way for you to know how you would have responded if you didn't have the vaccine. So you don't know that it's actually keeping you from getting it. Well, you can be confident, but you don't know. Just I know that I got it and it was fine.
I'm confident that if I didn't get vaccinated, that I would have gotten sick because I am mildly diabetic. Okay, but even with that said,
I have asthma. And I got COVID.
But even with that said, I feel if I got COVID, I have a good immune system. I just believe that. Okay, but
doesn't it make you question something like whenever they we have a Nobel Peace Prize winning medicine called Ivermectin, and then all of a sudden out of the left field they ban that. You're not allowed to mention it, talk about it. Nobody's allowed to sell it. And it's like it went into this dark hole. But hold on a minute, Tiger. And, because I'm just asking, doesn't that make things inquisitive? Like when you start hearing things like people are saying, and that simple fact, doesn't that make you kind of go, wait a minute, something doesn't sound right with that? Because that's legit and it's factual. You can look that up. I mean, it's plain and simple. So,
there's been plenty of people.
And now all of a sudden you can get it prescribed, and now they'll actually recommend it. Doesn't that whole play on events kind of seem weird?
And the fact that almost a year later, that I still had immunity that I never asked for testing with up at NIH. I still had immunity to COVID because I had antibodies.
No, I meant
that supposedly were not existent, right? Never had the shot.
Yeah, if you want to take it, Ivermectin, go ahead and take Ivermectin. It's just that there should be
okay.
Right, but what I'm saying, Heavy D, is doesn't it seem strange that the very people that are telling you what the stats you're going with, hey man, this vax works awesome, 3 boosters in, I'm rock solid. That same group of people are the same people that said, hey, wow, that Nobel Peace Prize medicine works, so we're banning that. Nobody's allowed to talk about it. All the media silence people, social media, no talking, ban channels. And then all of a sudden, well, hold on. And then all of a sudden, when a shift of power, all of a sudden now it's okay to talk about, it's okay to prescribe, and it's back on the shelves. So it's like that play of the very same agency that you're using for validation. That doesn't that seem strange?
But from what I understand is that you were able to get Ivermectin available.
No,
I mean,
exactly.
Joe Rogan got it.
Not allowed to prescribe it for a while.
No, remember, that's where the whole horse pace jokes came from, because you're taking horse medicine, because people would not get their doctors would not prescribe it. They actually were having to go to vets.
I've seen Ivermectin ads during COVID. I didn't know that Ivermectin was banned.
They cut it off.
Well, I'm not aware.
No, they cut it off because, oh my God, it worked.
Okay, I'm gonna go, you guys. I want to go ahead and redirect things a little bit here. Donald, I know you said you had to go. I don't want you to feel like you're being attacked, but I appreciate you coming up.
I'm sorry, Don.
No, don't be sorry. I'm glad we had these conversations. Donald, I hope you'll come up again, and I hope that you will try to keep an open mind, and I hope that we will as well. Obviously, my whole, we all think each person thinks that they're right, but we all have things to learn. So thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And I wanted to go ahead and read. Yeah, thanks, Donald. And I'll see you around. Okay, I wanted to read this super chat from John. He says, psychological operations, look at the design division among us. While we argue and bicker, the machine marches on. And I think that is a very good point, John. Thank you for the support as well.
Yeah.
And, I think it's a lot about divide and conquer. Really quickly, we'll get right back into conversation in just a minute. I do want to pull up a song. And this song, I just ran into this. I stumbled upon this channel. It's called Lone Psalm. And I think this guy does an amazing job of sharing some of the side of COVID that people might be forgetting. Whether you believe that it was an actual virus and that it was a real pandemic and, vaccines are effective, or you didn't, there were real costs to that time. And so I just want to share this. I think it's something we can have common ground about. All right, here we go.
Got my first kiss wearing a mask. Mask stuck to my face like fear I didn't earn. Earned a diploma and a cap, then gown mailed in a box of memories that never got made. Made friends 6 feet apart was the rule. Even when we did hugs. Hugs from mom got tight after the layoff hit and ruined dinner in silence, just chewing and doom scrolling through death counts like it's sports scores. Scores don't matter when the gym's closed signs on windows, boarded like hope. Hope became maybe next year. single classroom and crying during attendance. Attendant means nothing on Zoom with the camera off, off, off. The team off the plan, off the rails. Rails of boredom and caffeine, and not the other thing. Thing is, no one taught us how to grieve and pass time. Time warp 2019 was yesterday, but I aged 5 years. Years they told us would be the best. Best is a lie we keep telling freshmen. Freshmen didn't even know the old lunch table politics. Politics on the news every fucking night like reruns. Reruns of lockdowns and Curfews like we were the problem. Problem is we didn't get to grow up.
All right. Glad I came across that one. But, let's remember like all of those.
I like that.
Yeah. All of those. And I'm, I don't know that guy, but I'm like proud of him for putting that out there. You know what I mean? For expressing that, because think of all the youth and the young children too, especially those though that would remember before, they remember before COVID and they missed out on their graduations in person, on their proms, on, all these like you said, having your first kiss through a mask. I mean, that makes me want to cry, right? Like, it's just horrific what we put kids through during that time.
Can I say something?
I've got a nephew
who
is
you,
quite frankly right now in Poland as Army National Guard, who lived through COVID. I had him working for me in 2020, and he literally had no social contact in 2020. The only reason he came out to work for me was because his school closed down.
Right. Yeah.
Can I say something?
There were a lot of people. Yeah, let me say one thought, Tiger, and then I'll go to you. There were a lot of people that I know that stayed in their homes, or they stayed with only their immediate family for almost 2 years. I mean, they really barely saw anyone during that time because they bought so much into the fear of COVID. I mean, that changes families, and a lot of us have lost family and friends. And I don't mean lost in death. I mean, lost as in we saw things from a different perspective and it became divisive.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Tiger. Let me go to Tiger next and then we'll kind of go around. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Tiger.
Okay, so what I want to say is thank you. Notwithstanding the whole vaccine thing, which we all have our own opinions about, But the fact that they locked down and shut down so much of society, they literally hurt the youth. Like there's kids who can't learn now because they don't understand what's going on, even though they were already in school. So they've damaged our country immeasurably. Like we're gonna feel the ripple effect of this for decades. I have no doubt.
Absolutely right. Good to see you, Merc. And Omen, thanks for being here. Saw you in here earlier. Yeah, I think that we'll be seeing the effects. I personally believe, from what I have seen, that we will be seeing the effects from the vaccine injuries for a long time. I think fertility is a real issue that's going to become more so of an issue in future generations. Firefly, good to see you. But I think that there's also a huge decrease in IQ for young children because they weren't learning, because part of learning at that young age, really young age, is seeing facial expressions, and they weren't exposed to faces as much. I mean,
Yes,
that was a huge part.
It's societal.
Right.
We're societal beings. We need each other. Whether some people think they can be alone or whatever, you need people. We are like
human
pack
interaction.
animals. We're pack animals.
Right.
We're pack animals that require human interaction.
Agreed.
And this is why kids are so what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. Please don't tell me this is why kids are so out of control, because that's scary.
No. Awkward.
No. Kids aren't out of control because of pack mentality.
Because of the whole.
No, because of their parents.
Yes.
Or the lack thereof.
Well, okay, but to be fair, there's also a lot of like I said, in my state, the schools are trying to take over parenting. How many videos did you guys see?
Yes.
I will say liberal teachers saying, if your parents don't understand you, I'm your parent now. So it's not just parents are facing a lot more now than I think they ever have, as far as outside sources influencing their children.
I agree.
Amount of time screens and the propaganda they're getting pushed there. Yeah.
Those teachers should have automatically.
Then parents have to work harder to defend their children from the. I'm not
outside influence.
There are words I want to use, but I won't.
Use them here. You're good.
Establishment.
I've been censoring myself all night.
The parents have to defend their children from the libtard teachers.
Well, the whole point of liberal arts comes from the 7 sages, right?
The what?
Expand on that a little bit, CQ.
Okay, the 7 sages essentially is the libertine / Luciferian teaching. It's the do as thou wilt teaching. Right. It's the go explore and go live in the world and go do what you want. Go live on your desires and fulfill whatever you want. There's no consequences. You are your own God. That's exactly what it is.
Okay. Well, I agreed with most of what you said until you got to the no consequences. See, that's why society made it where parents cannot instill consequences for bad decisions, so kids think there are none.
Right. Well, then you've also got the teachers that are telling them, alongside the ones that were saying, we'll be your teacher. You had the other teachers that were equally as ineffective in programming the children to say, oh, you already know more than your parents. You're smarter than them. That's a whole problem right there.
I agree with that to a point. I agree with that to a point, except that parents have forgotten how to parent. Because I promise you, I never ever believed that my teacher held more sway over me than my mom and dad did. Because I promise you, my dad would beat my butt.
There's a video I'm not going to get to. Yeah, there's a video. No, you're good, Tiger. There's a video I'm not going to get to tonight, and I probably will play it next week because I do think it's worth watching, but it's a little bit longer. And in it, this woman is speaking, and it's something I've experienced myself, and I know other parents out there right now, especially of young children.
You should send me that video.
Hold on, Tiger. Yeah, I will. But she's basically what she's bringing up is parenting now. Like, if you look outside, a lot of times children aren't playing outside anymore. And part of it is that they're on screens. Robert, I'm going to keep you muted for a minute. You got a lot of background noise. So just when you're not speaking, I'm going to keep you muted for a sec. But there aren't kids outside as much anymore playing. And, part of it is because of screens, but part of it is also because of all the Karens that are out there who will call the police instead of going to another parent and saying, hey, your kid just did this to my kid. They didn't agree about this and they got in a rumble. That your kid just, whatever the case may be. CPS and it gets involved and children are taken from homes. And I know people that these things have happened to. And so I'm just saying there's a level of fear that's been promoted, and I think by design, which is also keeping people in these kind of isolation parenting where, they say it takes a village, but people don't have villages anymore. A lot of people don't, not the way they used to growing up. And then on top of that, we are a much more transient society. It used to be that people would live in one place a long time. They had family roots there. And I know, and I'm thankful that that's true for so many people here, but that's not true for a lot of other people. And that means that you're not getting that same kind of connection with your neighbors often as you used to. And so there's not that level of trust. I know a lot of us are Gen Xers. And when we were growing up, we would run around to our, we stay outside until the streetlights come on and you'd find out where the
better be home by dark.
Right. And you drank the water hose and whichever parent took mercy on you and fed you. And, and that was the norm. And that's not the norm anymore. I'm grateful that where we are right now, my children have met some really amazing children in our little community that they run amok with, and they kind of have that. And it's like one of the biggest blessings of where we ended up landing after our move. And all of
I forgot you just moved.
Why isn't it the norm anymore?
But I think those are the reasons why. I think it's because of transient populations and the Karens who have instilled fear in parents of getting police called on them for something that in the past would have been like, well, what, you'd confront your child and be like, well, why did you do this? Or what, you'd confront it as a community, or even as a family. And now, and in being in schools too, there's very little accountability for children. It's blamed on the teachers or it's blamed on the parents. The children aren't held accountable.
Oh, I don't think teachers are the whole problem ever.
The societal picture also.
But
your media, your songs, everything doesn't direct that like it used to in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the past, we said that society as a whole was starting to kind of get a general consensus message, because most people are watching similar shows, and the shows there was a moral compass for anybody that needed to take a drink. There you go.
Moral compass.
Yeah.
Yes, moral compass.
That's when
then I say it's time we make it the norm again.
That you turn on a TV and watch evening TV. None of that messaging is there. You can go on social platforms. 95% of all the media that's put out's in a negative aspect. That they did a study and showed that. So this is the kids, and man, when you go look at some of the crazy stuff on TikTok and Instagram, and it's like, oh, that's so when parents give kids them phones, because then that becomes the digital babysitter.
They shouldn't have them. My kids didn't.
And you have people with bad intent out there just waiting. What's up, Scott?
No, I say it's time to make it the norm again. You control your kids.
What are we making the norm? Okay.
You control your kids with discipline and values. It's time to make it, discipline, values, and fucking s'mores. I'm literally, go out and take your kids out into the forest and cook s'mores and hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. It's control, right, Shelley?
Yes.
Good to see you, Mary.
See, the thing is, though, is the federal government is now getting involved as well, not just the schools.
Well,
And they shouldn't.
Both of those entities.
They shouldn't.
Because,
well, it's been the feds.
I don't know if you guys heard this or not.
Right, Moon?
They had where if your parents don't agree with what you want to be with, we can remove you from your family.
Depends on what state you're in.
Yeah, I wouldn't live in that state.
Well, it was more than one state.
It's not in Texas, so
I'm just saying. No, it's not Missouri either.
Yeah, but it is
No. Let him finish. Let him finish talking.
And I completely understand, and I think it's wrong. But that's what I'm saying is the federal government now is trying to encroach on parenting.
Yeah.
If they believe
That's not the
that
feds, though.
if
That's
you don't
states.
believe, we're going to take your child from you to where they can grow up.
Hold on a second.
Who's talking, actually?
That is Jude.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
okay,
Jude.
so my question to you is it the federal government, which I doubt, or the state government?
It is the state government. Sorry about that.
Okay, you said the federal government. So, because I know in Missouri, nope. But here's my recommendation to you: vote better.
Oh, I know. I completely agree with that.
Absolutely.
And if that don't work, move. Because there's lots of free states who don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've got one for you. You know, you decide to vote better. Great. If you can't vote better, move. And if you move and you can't vote better, what I'm saying is, you don't just avoid the problem. You don't just move away from the problem.
Right. I agree
how do we
with
fix
you.
it? How,
right. Okay. Because a lot of the people
find something to fix it.
Yeah. Deathclaw, a lot of the people who say that they would move are the same people who say, I'm going to stand my ground. This is my house. This is my property. This is my home. I'm not going to leave there. That's how a lot of us feel in the states that have been overthrown already. And the people, we've seen it spread from California, spread up the coast, Washington, Oregon, Washington. A lot of it has to do with our voting systems and how corrupt they are.
That's what I was going to say. It's still the vote.
Right. So it doesn't matter what we vote for in Washington, Oregon, California, probably Colorado, probably Chicago or Illinois. I mean, the states where voting, they have mail-in ballots and they have vote counting machines. So in some states, like in Texas and in some other conservative, still very red states, you guys, it hasn't hit you yet, but you can see how they're spreading it right now.
And
Texas
you
has
know
a
what,
lot of
Indy?
data
And I
centers.
might change my mind if they
Hold
actually
on. Let me finish my thought. Right now in
passed.
Texas, the data centers are being built there. They're going to be bringing in all sorts of people for those jobs. A lot of them they've already said are specialized jobs that they're going to be bringing people in for, not employing people necessarily. I mean, I'm sure there'll be plenty that are local, and that's a whole nother issue. But they're going to be bringing people in, flooding your states. A lot of those people are going to be from the tech industry, which a lot of those come from California and Washington.
Absolutely,
So
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I completely understand it. But how do we? What I'm asking is, how do we fix it? Because you've got all of this coming into other states. How do we fix? How do we stop it coming in Texas? How do we stop it coming in Nebraska, Kansas, Arizona? Well, okay, Arizona's already lost.
Well, the first thing I'd say to Indy was, though, Indy, because I know what you're talking about, because I've said that. But, and you know what? If I was faced with that, then I'd probably make a different decision. So, I mean, I've made that statement, and I say with my home, because we have put so much into it, and I do not see that on the horizon. So, yes, this is still we're
it
standing my
is.
ground.
It is on
And
the
as-
horizon.
No, it's not. So anyway, the solution on fixing thing is because that's why if people will just listen to people in other areas and realize, wow, why is that different? It's because there's a different demographic there, which means there's a different mentality, which means they're electing different officials that represent their area. Now the states that send up the feds,
right,
that's a whole nother layer. But that's why there's certain state legislatives that pass laws that say, hey guy, I don't care what sex you think you are, you're not going into that lady's room. And then there's another state legislative that says it's okay, whatever you think, we're okay with it. That's why. It's because who voted that state legislative body in there? The residents of that state. If it is so corrupt, I don't have an answer. I'm not some magical wizard, but I do know that the core of this country is all in the validation of a vote. It's we the people, and the power in that people part is the
I
vote.
agree with
It's your votes.
I agree with you, but I think that in some states, those votes have been taken from us. And I do think we still need to, that's what I'm saying. That was my point. I don't want to leave. I don't think that it doesn't help for us to just run from the places that are getting overthrown. We need to fight back in those places. And we are, as much as we can.
I
But I
agree.
will say
I-
when I'm
True.
seeing in, so, I know it's on social media, it could be bots, whatever, you never know. But when I'm seeing what I used to see in my like local news, when I'd go to these YouTube videos or different sites and I'd see the comments, they used to be very left-leaning comments. Now a lot more people are being critical. I see a lot of people in Washington, Oregon, California that are aware that voting is an issue. So having these conversations, raising awareness, it's not that the talking
Yes.
alone is what's going to make a difference. It's that people need to be educated. Obviously, I mean, not to throw anybody under the bus, but I'll just put it a nicer way. There are people that only see certain information, as was expressed here tonight. And so, I think it's there are people out there who still do not see what we all know well. And that getting that information out is part of it. Also, to tie in with the chat, I see a lot of you saying this. Something we can do is homeschool, because that's taking our children out of the indoctrination camps of the government. But it's also that is a cost. That's voting with our dollars too, because they no longer get funding for those children in their schools. So it hits them where it hurts them the most with money. Yeah. So there, we can affect change in those ways, even in places that are already behind enemy lines.
The schools will fight you if you try to homestead or homeschool. Sorry.
It depends on where. Oddly, Washington is really it's very easy to homeschool.
They do here. They try to fight it.
Yeah, it's weird to me that in some of the more conservative states, it's harder to homeschool than it is in some of the more liberal states. I don't think that's probably going to be true for very much longer, because I don't see what purpose that's serving to them,
Right.
But right now.
Yeah, and we are, I live in a red state, so.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
You can homeschool in Texas, and I know you can homeschool in Florida, because that's what my daughter's right.
Well, you can homeschool here too, but they try to, the schools seriously, and listen, they're trying to fight it because guess why? Now they are not getting any money.
Right, citizen soldier. I was thinking about that earlier. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay, I've got an interesting little thought experiment question for y'all.
Yeah, go for it, Deathclaw.
Okay.
If you could homeschool your kids, despite what age you are, think about if you could homeschool your kids.
Well, I would have to homeschool grandkids.
What would you homeschool them in? Would you homeschool them in, diesel mechanics? Would you homeschool them in cooking?
I do. I can speak for myself.
Where would you direct? What your kids? What would they be interested in learning?
I try to teach life skills. So we do a lot of hands-on learning. I am trying to teach them some survival skills. I mean, they all know how to, make a fire, and they know how to cook. We're doing math and science with gardening, things like that. We're doing a lot of life lessons, you know what I mean? Instead of curriculum.
Right.
And I think that's more engaging for them. We still do curriculum. We still do, I'm a teacher. I have curriculum. We do, reading, writing, arithmetic, the basics. I still follow curriculum for those things.
Yeah, no, the 3
I will
hours
say
are
the
great.
hardest thing as a homeschooling teacher in these times for me is history. So I'm teaching them to think critically. My kids are 7 and 8, and they know this is what I learned when I was growing up. This is what some people believe. I teach them different perspectives so that they can think critically, because let's face it, I don't know what's true anymore about a lot of what I was taught and what we were told. So I'm trying to teach them to question and to think deeply and critically about things.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you, Indy. Who else has done homeschooling?
I haven't done homeschooling because I'm Gen X and my kids are grown. I have grandkids though, and I can tell you if I had to homeschool them today, I would homeschool them into what you need to survive, like cooking, which, in case anybody is wondering, cooking actually incorporates mathematics and all that stuff, because you have to be able to measure stuff and figure stuff out. I would teach them to garden. I would teach them to raise livestock, which I do. And my kids all know this because that's the way they grew up. But like how to balance a checkbook. How many people nowadays know that? You just
basic skills.
Pay a bill on the friggin' internet and you don't even deduct that from anything. So
Tiger, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to catch up in chat. I want to make sure I read this comment from John. Thank you so much,
you're
John.
fine.
Again, he says, we allow the world to define us with labels and classifications. It wants us to choose a side of things we didn't create. Why can't I just be me and you be you? Absolutely agree. I think that's a big part of what's going on right now by design is, even being labeled based on gender or race or things like that. You're putting these, or religion or socioeconomic status, you're putting these boxes. And I think, again, it's all about divide and conquer.
Goes back to
I really honestly don't even consider what gender you are, which is only 2, but I'm just saying, or what you identify as, or anything like that. I consider, are you a decent human being? Are you somebody who's trying to hurt anybody? If you're not, I don't care.
Right. Content of your character across the board. Right.
Just do you, boo. I'll do me.
So there is a TV show that is on YouTube. It was done in, I want to say, 2005, where they took kids from 2005 and they went and put them in a private school, like a private boarding school. And the way it was set up is there's multiple seasons, but the first season was the 1950s, private boarding school in the 1950s.
Thank you, Snooks.
And so basically everything was 1950s style. All the classes were, and there is some comedy in it, but it was a strict learning. And what it showed is they took tests, and that at the end is it showed that the kids would not pass a 1950s graded exam compared to what the exams that they take now is.
Right. Yeah. Schooling has definitely changed. That's for sure. Especially since the COVID lockdowns.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering how many people realize how far away from actual survival, like just living your life and being okay, that we've gotten. Like, I can cook so many things homemade. I can my food. I can preserve my harvest. I garden. I raise chickens and rabbits. We've raised cows and hogs. And if you don't do this stuff, how long do you think you're really going to live if anything collapses? And if y'all don't think our monetary system isn't going to collapse, I want to kind of say you're delusional, but I won't be that mean. But literally, like, it takes one chink of the system to fall out, and then y'all are done. It'll be like dominoes.
Robert, you can unmute at any time. You should be able to unmute yourself, right?
Yeah, I did.
Can you try? Yeah. You can unmute yourself. I was just saying, while you're not speaking, there's a lot of background noise we're getting from your mic. So when you're not speaking, if you can just unmute, or just stay muted, but then unmute when you want to talk, of course.
Sure.
I will say I'd like to go back. I'll go back to death clause thing. The solution, solution would actually, it's going to be in the older people start taking accountability, thinking about the message that they're putting out as they interact, the middle generation to adapt to that, and then hopefully the younger generation, and starts picking up better, and for lack of description, just saying better behavior, having a moral compass, bringing back the thought of a human life and respecting somebody else. That's not going to come overnight. It didn't get taken away overnight. It kind of got taken away kind of fast, but hopefully it's a big enough wake-up call that people, because it's going to be in just actions. I think the actions of people will carry a big message in general. Like, it's like, even though the neighbor gives you the stupid look when you go by, but you just go ahead and wave and smile anyway, kind of thing. And it's just like, at some point, somebody's going to have to make the move to do the better. And that's what the change is going to be. It's otherwise you just get overtaken with the negative. And that's just my perspective.
Well, I agree with Brian Camp or whatever his name is.
Rescue.
With
Brian.
who are you talking
It's
about?
the same.
Brian Knapp.
Yeah, she said Brian, but then she thought about it.
whatever.
It was like, well, rescue or whatever. So.
Oh, no, I think she's talking about somebody in the chat.
Oh.
Yeah. He said that he is a 51-year-old pollster that watches the polls and everything. He's the youngest one, and that needs to change. That doesn't need to change. We need to be teaching our younger people that, hey, this is your right, and you need to protect that, and you need to watch it. But we don't do that.
Right.
I think Gen X kind of dropped the ball, just so you know.
It's been across
and
the
I am
board.
Gen X. I am
don't
Gen
think it's
X.
just that. I think it started there, but it's just been
I
because
think
it's the
we
wave,
dropped
and
the
it's going
ball.
to take because
We
it's the
wanted
ease.
our kids to have everything so easy and to be okay and have everything we didn't have. Now this is where we are.
Well, the problem is with these Gen Z Karens, this is why our educational system is so screwed up. What most people don't realize is, where are these orders in the education system coming from at the state levels? It's coming from Washington, D.C. Where's the Department of Education?
That's why we have too much big government.
Where's the Department of Education? Washington, D.C.
For now.
Well, there was a huge change that took place in 1989 under George H.W. Bush for the World Education Proclamation Day. I left that backstage for y'all.
Good to see you, Mr. Super. Thanks for being here. And really quickly, guys, let me take a second. I don't want to pass up too many things here. Snooks said, loves to you, Indy, in the chat always. Woot. And Silver Patriot, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate your support. And thanks also for those of you who were at the members only live. It was really fun. I had a really good time with that, you guys. So thanks for all of you who showed up. And if you are a member and you missed it, you can still watch it over on, hey, Metal, good to see you. You can go watch it under the memberships tab on my channel. Yeah, we are going to shift gears here into music in just a little bit, you guys. I know we're going over just a little, and that's okay. I'm really enjoying the conversation tonight. I thought we'd get to some more topics, but I just never know how things are going to go around here, really. Sandy, good to see you.
So I got a question about the education, like the person that oversees the education. What is her qualifications for education?
She's a WWE manager. That tells you all you need to know.
Probably
Wait a minute. You mean the Secretary of Education? Is that who you're talking about?
Linda McMahon.
Yeah, she's there to dismantle it. So
it's not a matter I'm just trying to figure out what the whole, like, what was her qualifications? Was she ever an educator?
No, I think it's under the management things because it's a dismantling of the department. And that was it going in, was to dismantle the Department of Education because the feds have no business in a state's educational system. So I think she was actually hired from a management perspective because managing the WWE, while I'm not a fan, I think it's kind of funny as shit, but it is a large organization that makes hundreds of millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's, I mean, look at Trump's first pick for the Department of Education. What was her name? Betsy,
DeVos, I think?
Yes. And I don't think she had any real education qualifications either.
Robert, hold on. Robert, if you have something to say, go ahead and speak up. You got to just kind of jump in here. I do want to hear what you have to say.
I didn't want to.
Oh no, go ahead.
And try
you kind of have to
interrupt.
Everybody. Right. Go ahead. I pass the conch to you.
Well, the schools across the country, whether red or blue states, they have no right to say how parents can raise their kids, discipline their kids, period. They need to let parents be parents. They need to let kids be kids. And everybody wonders why kids are so out of control nowadays, why more and more teens are committing crimes across the country. This is why. The education system is basically being the parents when they're saying it's okay for kids to commit these crimes and lash out at their parents, stay out all hours of the night with no consequences. And when the parents try to discipline them, you get agencies like DCFS that say, oh, you can't do this. And they strip the kids out of their homes, put them into the system in foster homes, and grossly overpay these foster parents when the kids need to be at home with their parents and allowing the parents
much love
to raise their kids and discipline their kids and make sure their kids are fed, clothed, bathed, getting an education. It's nobody's business but the parents how kids should be raised.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. I do think, though, that schools need to have some higher level of discipline than they have right now. It's nothing like when we were raised in schools, and I don't mean corporal punishment or anything along those lines. I would be pissed if anybody laid a hand on my kids, but I do think that they need to have some more consequences for children who are making poor decisions right now. I mean, I've been out of public schools now for just like 3 years, and 4 years, but even 4 years ago, and I'm guessing it's more so now. If students made a poor decision, they usually were taken to see a counselor's office or a principal's office, given candy, and then sent back to class with that candy. So the kids are literally, they were given time to, decompress. Sometimes they had to fill out a form, but usually, honestly, given sugar, right, rewarded, and then they'd go back to class with that candy, or going back to class with having to just gotten a break from the studies, and all the other kids are then getting that enforcement too, that if they act up, they'll get to get a break, and they'll get the special one-on-one attention, and they'll get the time away from class, and they'll get the time with candy, and that is the norm in most schools now.
It's no fear.
Right. So while I think that parenting decisions should they're parenting decisions, should absolutely lie with the parents, I do think the schools need to have a little bit more leeway with accountability than they do right now, or than they're taking right now.
Oh, when I acted up in school and my parents got called, awesome, I got the crap kicked out of me when I got home.
Yep. Well, see, that's just it. That's why it's going to take a societal moral compass message. Like, it's going to take
moral compass.
Yep, moral compass, and it's going to take that. It's a societal thing. I mean, you can attack roles and be like teachers, politicians, doctors, whatever. But it's the quality of the people, and so it's the human race, it's society, and it's like the devaluation of human life. It's across the board. That's why you can have a doctor make crazy decisions and somebody's not here. That's why you can have an 11-year-old go jack a Kia and shoot somebody at a store to steal some candy and run off and crash a car and then go steal another one. This is where this comes from. It's a societal thing. So you got to send a different message. So somewhere, hopefully there's a wave. And I just look at it as in like a righteous wave that then starts to set the norm and set the example and be the example. Because that's one thing I kind of say is, you need to be a walking example of stuff you're wanting to see from other people, because that's the only way this younger generation is going to see it.
Right.
Yeah, because if I acted up and if my mom didn't kick my ass, it was my dad's turn when he got home. And my dad didn't mess around.
Right.
And exactly, wildlife. So many parents are trying to be their kid's best friend instead of being their parent, and actually means you're the boundaries, you're the guidelines. You are the one that says, no, you don't want to go do that. That's don't make that a habit. Don't make this a habit. It's kind of stay here. Well, that's a parenting job.
It also does go back to their interactions with other children, because they're not having as much that interaction with kids their own age or kids of different ages too, out running amok in the neighborhood, and so then they aren't getting that. That builds a lot of skills. It kind of puts kids in your place. If you're the oldest in your family and you're the one that kind of rules the roost, but you go out and play with older kids outside, you get put in your place real quick. You know what I mean? And they're not getting exposed to that. And I think that has that social development isn't happening for a lot of kids, and also, like I said earlier, because of the lockdowns or whatever we want to call it, not being in school for 18 months in some states, not, having masks and social distancing and all of that took place. They all missed out on years of that kind of interaction with each other. And that has a huge toll.
And that's what I was saying earlier, because of COVID. Yeah. With all these lockdowns, the kids were only seeing one face on their computers at home, and that was the face of the teacher. And this is why kids are socially awkward.
Glad you came
The silver lining to that, though, Robert, the silver lining was all those parents that got to see the crap on that screen, and it woke up a lot of parents. So that there was a silver lining to that part.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean,
but the downside was that the technology in classrooms was the level of time spent on screens was increased immensely during that time as well.
Well, hell, in some places had them even just using AI bots, just answering questions type stuff.
Right. Well, it's algorithms. And think about also all the data collection that's being done in schools, because they're all on screens with cameras. A lot of them have smart boards with cameras. You know, they're on all these smart devices. That's data that's being collected on all of the children. Facial recognition. I mean, that was something I hope to talk more about. But, you know, a lot of us are seeing what's coming down the line. You saw digital ID is now being required in the UK. You know, we don't have a lot of time to talk about that, but these are some things that I hope you guys are paying attention to, because, you know, I heard Trump say on day one with his executive order talking about, it's either Operation or Project Stargate, I can never remember which, but he is talking about AI, mRNA, bio-tracking for everyone. And I've been trying to talk about that pretty much every week too, because I do not like the direction that that's going. And I know we have a lot of mixed opinions on technology and AI, but I don't think that bio-tracking or digital ID with bio-tracking is anything positive for our free country.
No,
it's not any kind of positive for our country. When you start tracking people by their RNA, their DNA, their facial profile on a computer screen, freedom goes away.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If I may, I think it's time we start a U.S. petition against all of that today.
Yeah. Right,
but the problem is you've got all these bleeding heart liberals and the far left. They'll sign on board for all that, giving up their freedoms just so the rest of us that want to be free and left alone can be tracked. Because
but that's the point. That's the point of the petition.
But remember too, I don't think there are as many of them as we necessarily think that there are. I think there are more people with common ground than we're ever going to really know, obviously through the mainstream media, but even through how things are filtered online, and because votes don't count in a lot of these places.
Well, and that's kind of my point. If we get on board now with the push against having any kind of biometric or digital ID to work or shop or live or use our bank accounts now, the sooner we make our voices heard, the better.
Absolutely.
Here's a question for everybody on the panel and in the chat. Before the election, when Trump ran for office, how many people remember hearing that Biden mandated the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI label every military veteran in this country as threats to national security of this country?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hi, apparently according to Biden, I'm a threat to national security. I'm a vet. How you doing?
Same here.
Been a threat for a long
12
time.
years Army.
14 years, sham shield.
Thank you
8
for
of
your
those
service.
years I spent in the 75th Ranger Regiment.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just catching up here in the chat, you guys. I'm trying. You guys have been keeping me scrambling tonight.
Sorry, Mary. Well, hey, ladies,
Mary!
ladies, gentlemen, I'm out of here. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you for joining in. Much love to you. And I always am glad to hear your perspective.
Bye con Dios.
Later, Soprano, thank you for the support.
So,
right,
did you
participation
guys read
trophies.
the YouTube settlement to Donald Trump?
Can you say that again? A little. I couldn't hear you there,
Jude. YouTube settlement to Donald Trump.
I thought maybe it was you. Somebody put a comment in there. Are you talking about how? Oh, go ahead and explain. Go ahead and explain what you're talking about. Are you talking about the channels that were taken down and censored?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that.
YouTube is forced to pay $24 million. and 22 million of it is to go towards a new White House ballroom.
Is that money? You know that money is being used like for that purpose? Because I thought Trump was paying for that money out of his own pockets.
Yeah, that's what I had heard.
Now, is that a lawsuit where he sued YouTube? Because I could say, I mean, if he goes at him through a monetary value, then he could get that kind of money as far as when they took him off of the internet to say, hey, I could have made that much money. Like
That's what it was, is from when they banned his account on YouTube January 6th.
Okay, so that sounds like a personal, I don't know about that from him personally, but I do know that YouTube just had to, well, they're saying, it's even that's kind of tricky. They're saying that they're reinstating all of the channels that were being, that were taken down, that were censored. Mostly they were taken down because of the 2020 elections, but they're also saying it's not across the board. It's on a trial basis, which I don't know what that means. And they're not giving them back their channels. Some of them they have already, but most of them, they're not giving them back their channels, which means they don't get all their subscribers. They don't have access to their videos still. But they are allowing them to sign up with a new channel. So and that's on a trial basis only. I mean, Alex Jones actually tried to come back on YouTube to test it, and his channel was taken down within hours.
Well, there's some, I can say some that they might have actually destroyed that channel, because some of it at the beginning, man, they just had no, like there was no fear because they had the whole administration behind them. So they just ripped and tore through data. So there's no telling if they just intentionally shredded stuff just so it couldn't be recovered. Because, you know, people have so much time and money. Some of these people invested in all them videos and shit. And you just, it's like that last little, it's like, well, we'll show you. Not only will we just take you off that internet, but here, we'll delete your shit so I don't file a suit or whatever. You'll never, it doesn't exist. I could see that.
All those channels that were monetized.
The only thing,
yeah,
the only thing I would think about that is if they've held it onto the data this long, I think they're probably keeping all of that. I think that they would not allow you access, but they're going to hold on to that anyway, you know?
Oh, well, I think there's a lot of it. A lot of these companies, even small providers, have data that they shouldn't have, but it's kind of like not wanting to hire somebody for a reason. You just don't say it out loud. You use some other reason, like, we don't have really an opening right now, because you know legally you can't say out loud whatever reason you wanted to say. It's the same thing. They collect shit. Right. When they're asked, they just go, no, we don't. And it's like, oh, okay. We just want to make sure you're following along. Oh, of course we are. And it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing is it says a notice of settlement against YouTube details that 22 million of it will go toward building a new White House ballroom.
Sounds about right for him.
So it sounds like it's not just Trump saying, I'm going to use that money for it.
Mary.
It was actually written into the settlement.
Well, then that's probably what he had him do, is like, look, no, we're going to, because he just wants them to know that you're wrong. That's really what it is. That little money right there is chump change when you think about it. It's like his paycheck. He
and to prove that they did
back
it
into the other.
Mm-hmm.
He puts most of his check back into the VA.
And then what's left is 2.5 million. And others joined him in the
Good night,
lawsuit.
Tiger. Much love to you.
Such as the American Conservative Union will get part of the 2.5 million that's left over.
Yeah, he does have a knack for getting settlements to kind of pay off the things he says he's going to fund. I will say that.
Hey, he's a business dude. That's what he was before he was looked at as a politician. He was a business guy.
Yep. 60 Minutes was 16 million. Disney paid him 15 million.
Meanwhile, there's people getting thrown out of their houses all over the country every day.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, but at the same
agree with
time,
that too.
What they did to him wasn't right. You know what I mean?
Agreed, but I think maybe what you were getting at, CQ, but what I'll say is I think, you know, it's I have a problem with mega churches. I went to a conference once and I saw this mega church where they came into the conference in a stretch gold gilded Hummer. And to me, that's disgusting because that money could be so much better spent on other things. I don't think that a ballroom is what our country needs to have right now. Granted, if he's paying with his own money and it's something that they've wanted for a long time, then, that's his prerogative. But at the same time, I would like to see things prioritized differently. I think it's kind of, even all the gold, like in the Oval Office, like all of that. I mean, yeah, that's kind of gross to me.
That came out of his pocket.
Well, and it's a morale kind of thing, I think, from his perspective. It's an America first, it's pride, and that's why the whole thing, clean up with DC. I know that people
it is his money.
Hear a lot of stuff from like a political viewpoint because he's the president per se, but when you just go look at his 80s and 90s talk, he was that way about cities as he would walk down the park in New York. He got that because he goes, that's an eyesore. Y'all haven't finished it. You're just wasting money. So he's had that same dogma attitude for decades, So
well, to be fair,
I'm saying he does everything good and everything's perfect.
I'm not just saying that about Trump. I watched, obviously, but I watched the Trump when he was I watched Trump when he was meeting with King Charles, and I was disgusted in the same way by seeing these huge ornate, just all the glitz and glamour and over the top indulgences that they have, while there are people out here that are starving, people out here that are homeless, veterans that aren't treated well in both countries. You know what I mean? To me, that's disgusting across the board as humans, not based on status or whatever they're trying to, convey to their competitors or whatever else.
Can I chime in on this one?
Yep. Jump on in.
When this whole Doge thing went down, when Elon was finding all these billions of dollars in wasteful spending to all these foreign countries and all this for this stupid crap that was being funded, all that money should have been put in to helping all the people whose banks foreclosed on all their mortgages and forced them out to live on the streets. That money should have went to get these people back into houses, should have went to the VA to house and care for all of our fellow brothers and sisters that served in uniform, get them off the streets, give them a place to live, give them something to work for that they can call their own. Instead,
I'm not sure what you mean here.
Where's all this money going?
Right.
Here. But that's kind of what the plan is going forward. They're going to take fellows like the gentleman that possibly was behind the event in Michigan, and they're going to say, oh, well, we'll give you everything. Just go over here to this 15-minute city and live under this microscope for the rest of your life.
Good night, LMDMT. Thanks for being here and participating. Appreciate you.
See, like with me, I'm a veteran. I get 0 VA benefits. Why, may you ask? Because half of my military personnel file from all my deployments overseas mysteriously disappeared.
Mm-hmm. And that's the other big thing. That happened to my brother. And it's like, how does it just mysteriously disappear?
I have contacted St. Louis to get copies of all my records. They didn't show anything in their archives. I even called Washington, D.C. to the National Archives in D.C. They have no records of my records that are missing.
And that's my brother. He did 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. They have it as he did 1 tour. They lost the rest of his record in that. which what ended up happening is
good night, Just Lark. Thanks for being here.
He should have been promoted because of it. But because they couldn't find the record,
right, Carolina, good call.
He wasn't promoted.
Hey, Carolina.
And it got to the point where he's like, he did the military and then he went into the National Guard, and he's like, what's the point? Because he did 4 or 5 years in the National Guard, and they still couldn't find his record. And he's just like, what's the point of sitting here, and they aren't even really trying to even find it.
That seems awfully convenient, for their bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
So they acknowledge him for one deployment, but not the other two.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And with me, I've been on, Desert Storm, Haiti, Somalia, and Bosnia, and even Honduras. I went down there to get my operational status after I graduated Ranger School. All that stuff's missing.
Mm-hmm.
So I have zero credibility to get any VA benefits.
Right. And remember, these so-called representatives are supposed to represent we the people. I don't know any we the people that don't think that veterans should be a higher priority than they are. That's just one major way that we know that they're not actually representing us.
Right.
Absolutely. And then you watch the billions that they funnel to other countries for all the other innocuous crap that they claim was just wasteful.
That's what I will say, and I know, Indy, I'm that guy, so I'll say it, because I'm, once again, here I go. But
be that guy all you want, Rusty. Love ya. Go for it.
Well, we got, and where I'm at in Texas, we got Latrell. So, I got to say, VAs around here, vets get, it's not like all awesome shit, but they get help fighting against some of the paperwork and all the red tape and all the bog down of the system. So there is a benefit, and I'll give him the credit. Rather, I am on my fence. So, but that's the one thing I give that dude credit for is you can call that office and go, hey, what's the deal, man? I can't seem to get an answer. Well, I'll get back with you. And then somebody's usually calling within an hour. So there's, as far as action there, it does, but that's just the benefit of and having him with previous service. And so he kind of understands that, rather he does everything else sitting up there. Right. I personally think most of the time he's way too polite and he needs to just get on with the point. But
yeah, but I don't know if everybody has ever heard the saying every 22.
Yep.
Every 22 minutes, a veteran commits suicide in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the VA system the way it is, screwing so many veterans out of their benefits, this is why a veteran commits suicide every 22 minutes. It's not necessarily just 100% because of the VA system, but they're also suffering from PTSD and they can't get the help that they need through the VA. And this is why they commit suicide also.
Yep.
So
plus the medical field has it screwed up because they got to cater to this batshit crazy crowd out here that's creating all the havoc. And so you can't acknowledge certain things because, well, that's going to defunct their whole shit. So you got to play this little game and they're the victims of that game because now they don't get addressed.
Because the whole VA system, it's all a contracted system. It's all the doctors in the VA hospitals across the country. They're not hired through the VA. They're contracted through the VA. So at any time, the VA can cancel their contract.
Well, it sounds like that's a lot of what happened when they decided to end the mental health asylums system that they did from the 50s and prior, right? Like after World War II, you had all these shell-shocked veterans coming back stateside, and they were being treated where they essentially brought all of those state hospitals during the tuberculosis outbreaks and all of that stuff, and the Spanish flu during World War I. That was the beginning of that whole experiment of mental health. And what they did was they ran that program for 50, 60 years and then said, okay, well, now we've got that data set and we've allowed for a certain amount of governmental corruption to occur in all of those facilities, to include abuse and experimentation, and we're going to shut it down. And now you have everything playing out. You have veterans going untreated, you have civilians going untreated, and you have chaos in the streets.
Right. Well, listen, you guys, we're almost an hour past the conversation side of things, but I really was enjoying the conversation with all of you, and I'm so grateful for so many new people that jumped up on panel, and thank you to everybody for being here in the chat and on panel both. If you're a musician and you would like to join the panel, the link is pinned at the top of chat. It's open mic for anybody who'd like to perform live, indie or karaoke, or to have your videos shared. But we've got a lot of great music coming your way. And now it's kind of nice when it's this way because we can just sort of relax after all the stress of, some of these topics, these heavy things we're talking about. We can kind of rest of the night with music. But before we do that, I want to just kind of go around for everybody who's up on panel and let you have kind of a final say about anything we talked about tonight or anything else that's on your minds. There's so much going on. I know I had tons of other videos that I, kind of hope to get to, but I'm just grateful that we covered what we did. And thank you to all of you who participated. Growl, let me go to you first. Is there anything you want to say as some final words about kind of current events and such before we transition into music? Or did we lose you? We'll come back to Growl. Jude, how about you?
So, something that we touched on at the end a little bit was like how like the billionaires and rich and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw this, but did you see the TikTok? The partners that are going to be part of the U.S. part of TikTok?
Yes. And my understanding is now TikTok is going to be, like, basically the U.S. is going to be getting the data from TikTok instead of China. Supposedly it'll be basically encrypted, is my understanding, so that China won't have access to our data anymore. I feel obviously better about that to some extent, but I remember when Trump was saying that TikTok needed to be eliminated from the United States not that long ago because he said they were gathering too much information on people. And I, at this point, do not trust this government or any government enough to feel very comfortable about it being in their hands either. But that's the nature of I don't use TikTok for that reason. So,
Well, that's one of the key things for it is Oracle.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is some of the stuff that I had hoped we'd get to tonight. I think, who knows what's going to happen. No, you're fine. No, don't be at all. This is the way it rolls. But, there is a lot of stuff going on right now with Palantir and Oracle and bio-tracking, not in other countries alone, but also in ours. And I hope people are kind of keeping your wits about you, paying attention to these things, because there's so much that's happening. I have I'll share the link to that. I never do. I have a few public playlists, and one of them is Prison Planet Incoming, which tells you how I feel about it. But I just kind of dump a lot of the information as I find it, things I'm saving to, play here, or things that I'm finding that I don't necessarily play here. But I'll put that playlist, the link to that playlist in the chat. There you go. And basically, if you want to go down some rabbit holes or you want to get up to date with current information about some things that are going on with all of that, then that's a good playlist for you to check out. I have some other public playlists as well. For those of you in Washington, I know a few of you are. I have an All Things Washington State. And then I also have They're Actively Poisoning Us, which has to do with all of the things that are going on with recalls, with things in medicine, food, air, water, all such things. I kind of dump into that playlist as well. So check them out at your convenience.
So sorry, I kind of went a little bit with
I
that,
took us off.
but,
I took us off base there too. Go ahead, Jude.
But all of that was to say, earlier this month, the co-founder of Oracle actually took the #1 spot for the richest person in the world. And that was before the announcement about TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw that he has pledged to give away 93% of his earnings to humanitarian efforts.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what those humanitarian so-called efforts are. I remember being here in Washington State my whole life. I've been told that Bill Gates and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation were philanthropists that were out for the good of humanity, and I now know much better. So I don't tend to necessarily trust that. You know what I mean?
The University of Michigan, their freshman quarterback, he personally signed a $13 million check to him as a NIL deal.
Interesting. So what is that money? What is that money supposed to be used for?
It's going to the student.
Okay. I'll have to look into this a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. And that's everyone's trying to say that they bought it.
Right.
And that, but it's like the player came up from nothing. He was good at football.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Interesting when those people kind of pop up out of nowhere,
And this person seen him and was like, I'm going to give him $13 million as a deal to come to this college.
Mm-hmm.
In which there's also a connection with the University of Michigan and him. Because the former president of the University of Michigan is currently working on a project with him.
Good to see you, B. Taylor. Metal, much love to you. See you soon. Right. Well, thanks for sharing that, Jude. And thank you for coming up and being a part of things. Appreciate it. And if you're able to stick around for music, I'd love to have you up here to sing. But that's obviously up to you.
Yeah, I will.
Awesome. Great. Fantastic. All right. Let's see. I think we're at you next, Robert.
I just want to thank you for having me up here, and I just want to send all my thoughts and prayers out to all the families that have lost loved ones with all the recent mass shootings that have taken place, and Charlie Kirk's family, and
yeah, that's the whole situation there is so tragic.
And I think we've only seen just the beginning.
Right, Anti? Yeah, I'm watching that whole thing too. Seems to me like a whole nother psyop that's coming in. Yeah, there's a lot of really heavy stuff going on, and I do hope and think that it helps to have people, have us here gathered together to kind of sift through it all, and to get exposed to some different information and ideas than maybe we found on our own,
And then the other thing I want to add is everybody up here on the panel and in the chat, keep yourselves safe. Keep your heads on a swivel. If you see something, say something. And if you're carrying, hopefully you never have to use it. But if you're ever in that situation, do not hesitate in using it.
Right. Self-defense, we have that right as a God-given right.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Tate. I'll bump him off at the end if he is. We might just keep him up here for music, playing some lullabies.
But thanks again,
thank
everybody.
You. Yeah, thank you, Robert, for joining in. It was nice to get to talk with you. Have you up here. For those of you who might not know, a quick plug. I know some of my mods have been sharing the link. I do a backstage speakeasy. I do those on, let me see if I can get it straight. We do those on Fridays now. They start at 11 p.m. Eastern, and it'll look like I'm bumping the time back, and it'll look like I'm going to go live, but the link is posted in the chat, and I never go live. We just are hanging out backstage. We watch movies and have conversations back there. We sometimes are listening to music or watching videos that you guys pull up and that that you guys want to talk about and share. And we just have a good time. It's a great place to get to know people a little bit better because we're not quite, we're not being watched on YouTube live. And it's also a place where some people come that aren't really comfortable being on panels live. And so you get to see some faces and hear some voices that you might not get to see on YouTube, but that come and hang out back there. So if you haven't checked out the Backstage Speakeasy, you're always welcome. Just click on that link in the YouTube chat and you can come on back on Friday nights. This coming Friday, we are going to be watching a documentary that has to do with mRNA, and it's about an hour long, and it has to do with mRNA and how it works basically. So I think a lot of us have a general understanding. Dr. John Campbell is one of the people who was involved in this, and he promoted it as well. So that's how I found out about it. But I'll probably actually be sending that to a couple people that were here tonight who didn't seem to have that same information that a lot of us have seen. And then after that, we'll probably have some good conversation. And then if we get to the second movie, which I think we will, it's going to be Atlas Shrugged, which is one that I've been wanting to rewatch for a while. So come and join us. All right, Rescue. First of all, thank you so much for being here. It was really good to have you here tonight. I always love and appreciate you, brother. And any closing thoughts?
I just, I appreciate you having me up here. I listen sometimes, but yeah, I thought I'd just hop up and I just can remind everybody that, to me, my opinion, the world right now has a negative and what I consider an evil fog all around it. And you kind of have to fight through that. It gets pretty thick. It's almost like a humidity fog. There's certain spots it gets real thick and some spots it's not, and it's so easy to let it pull you down. And it's just, you got to find something positive, find a little goal for the day, try to accomplish something, be happy that you got something done. There's just a lot of negative. And I just leave you with this word, and that's that there's a creator and he loves you and he's just waiting to talk to you. So God loves you.
All right.
Appreciate you, Indy. Y'all have a good night. Make tomorrow a good day. You're the one in the driver's seat. You get to decide how you're going to make the day of it. Don't have control to nobody. Keep it. Make it a good one.
If mods could be dropping links for the panel members too, as they're kind of sharing stuff out too. You probably are. I'm always behind a couple minutes at least. But yeah, you guys, please check out each other's channels. Rescue, I know, goes live most mornings. You can catch him and have some great conversation. A lot of familiar faces over there, and good conversation. So go check him out.
Thanks, Indy. Hey, good everybody on panel. Good talking with y'all.
Likewise, Rescue.
Much love.
Night, y'all.
All right, CQ. Closing
Yes,
thought?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say thank you for having me up. To piggyback off of what Rescue just said, we are facing some interesting times, but we're not alone. We have a community here. Mm-hmm. We have God, over us, and a whole book that basically gives us all the wonderful instructions on how to live every day and how to find joy in every day and how to praise every day. And I think that matters. And I think that matters to our children and our grandchildren going forward. So to piggyback off of what he said, give thanks and praise that, we have another day.
Absolutely. Amen. Well said. And thank you, CQ, for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Always like hearing your insight and perspective. All right. Let's see. Lowry, are you with us still? I haven't heard you yet, I don't think. I saw you in chat, though.
I'm
Might be sticking around
here.
for the
I'm
music.
here.
Good.
I'm here. I was just sitting back and listening to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have any thoughts before we switch gears into music?
Oh man, like you guys pretty much covered it. I'm like, it's not a ranty night for me tonight, so I'm not going to go any rants. I'm just better, let's just do some songs.
I heard that laugh in the background from Nico.
Yeah, they heard you, Nico. They heard you laughing. Yeah, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. It was not a ranty night. I'll have one of those soon with you guys, but not. I tend to like, yeah, it can be a little bit rough when I get into.
Don't get me started.
But anyway, I actually did. I sent you over a video, and then I was going to play a song. So just let me know whenever that's going to happen.
Did you put the video in the private chat? I probably missed it if you did, but I'll go back and find it. Thank you.
Yeah, I did. It's just you see, I said I popped over for a second. You can see the link right underneath there. So
Okay,
I think
great.
Brand probably saw it.
I was going to say Brand's probably on it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Yes. Okay. All right. Did everybody? I think Growl is out for the count. Growl, last final call before I boot you. Are you there? Are you there? Okay, I'll kick him off there. All right. Well, thanks again, everybody, for being here. And if you're here for music, go ahead and stay up on panel. If you want to just kind of hang out a bit, you can. The link is pinned, and we have room up here for anybody who wants to join to perform live or to have your videos shared. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start with a song that's just out from a collaboration of Doorways into Music with Jaded Soul. Jaded Soul also is known as Sal Caruso and Unshackled Spirit. And if everybody on panel can make sure they're muted while videos are playing, I'd appreciate it. And this is their latest, The River. Here we go.
Time has a way of moving so fast, you don't even notice it's going right past you. You stand in the river, it's never the same, but you wish that it could be, 'cause you miss what is taken away, 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 away. All of the changes, the rain and the wind, hot summer stillness, the cool air of fall, sunlight through leaves, bird on the wing, harsh cold of winter, the promise of spring, and you flow, flow like a river. As you grow from the storm, sometimes you sit at the bottom of the stream, stuck in the mud like a pebble with no dreams. The pressure of the water holding you down till the sunlight filters through, and you break yourself free, and you flow, flow like a river. As you grow, grow from the storm. Hours of questions like what's this about? It's so hard to know as you flounder around, and the answer comes back from the river. It's not that it's all about love, all about opening your heart, your heart. The love flows like a river as you grow, your love grows. And you notice the beauty when you open your eyes, and you learn that the journey with all of its miles is enough. Is enough. As you flow, and you and you on the river.
Oh, I love that. Wasn't that just, I thought, a great transition into kind of the piece of music, how music heals, and a message of love. Beautifully done. Doorways into Music and Sal. Much love to you both, Joey and Sal. And yeah, I know. I love, absolutely, Tate. Exactly. I love Joey's voice on that. Absolutely stunning. Yeah, really beautifully done. Right, Algo? Pretty song. I agree. Right, Metal? Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and play one more, and then we'll go to you, Jude, and then Lowry. And thank you guys again for being here. So, Lowry, just really quickly, did you want that video played before you sing? Is that what you said? Just clarifying.
Yeah, play the video first. I'm still kind of messing around with the song I was going to play. So yeah, you can play that first.
All right. Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, this next song is actually by the Chandler Brothers, and then we'll get into that after Jude. The Chandler Brothers are amazing. They're so talented, and I've played a lot of their songs here before. This is their latest, and it is Stronger Than Before. Here we go.
Through darkness to the light, unstoppable, unshakable tonight. The ground may tremble, the sky may fall, but I'll keep climbing, you'll never see me crawl. Seems like every day someone's got something to say, but I'm gonna tell you, better not get in the way. Running around, shaking down, never gonna hold me down. Tear it up, let it bleed, just the fuel I need. Just the fuel I
All right, love that song by the Chandler Brothers. Unstoppable is right. Very nicely done. Glad you guys enjoyed that one too. Lisa, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Maybe you were in here earlier, Lisa, but either way, much better. All right, everybody talking with each other. Right? Beautiful videos on both of those songs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Jude, you are up next.
Ookity dookity.
Thank you again to my mods who are helping stay linked, for everybody in chat. Appreciate you guys. Right, a little bit of a 75 there, Aldo. I hear that. Scorpions, okay. Yeah, trolls are pain. All right, do you need to share your screen or anything?
Nope, I have it all right here.
All right, then you are all set. Go for it.
When I need you, my heart's on fire. Come to me, wild and wild. When you come to me, give me everything I need. Give me a lifetime of promises and a world of dreams. Speak the language of love like you know what it means. And it can't be wrong. Take my heart and make it strong, baby. Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone I ever met. I'm stuck on your heart.
tear us apart. Baby, I would rather be dead. In your heart I see the start of every night and every day. In your eyes I get lost, I get washed away. Just as long as I'm here in your arms, I could be in no better place. You're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I ever met. Oh, I'm stuck on your heart. Hang on every word you say. Tear us apart, no, no. Baby, I would rather be dead. Each time you leave me, I start losing control. You're walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel you even when I'm alone. Oh baby, don't let go. You're the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. Hang on every word you say. Tear us apart, no, no. Baby, I would rather be dead. Oh, you're the best.
That was awesome, Jude. You sounded great. And that's a fun song.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Mm-hmm. That was great. Mo, much love to you. Thank you for being here and for all your support. Hope you get some good sleep. Mo, just really quickly, I am learning a song that you requested, but I'm not there yet. So I will be saving that for next week. My microphone is working now, it seems. So let's not jinx it, but that'll help too. So Mo, stay tuned and thank you for your patience. And I love the song and the artist that you picked. So looking forward to that. But I want to do it justice as much as I can. All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and pull up a song by Lowry. Lowry, you want to tell us anything about this before we play it?
Well, we did. Well, the video was shot like in 2010, and we didn't really release it. And plus, I didn't really have a YouTube channel at that point in time, so like we didn't really know what to do with it. And so it was really awesome, and it's still awesome. It kind of holds up, but it's 15 years old, and it only really lived on the YouTube channel once we built it. But then it got pulled from Vimeo for a while because the director, it was his work, and I was cool with that. I was like, look, I don't know what we're gonna do with it anyway. So, but then he recently is like, look, dude, this is a great video. It still stands. So like here's a new link and check it out. It's on Vimeo, which I haven't even used Vimeo in a decade, but yeah.
I noticed that.
There you go.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, it's called Waves and Tides. It's off of my third record, Emporia, Waves and Tides. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. So at
Great
that time, that
share.
was. Thank you. Yeah, that was so like in various versions of the band. There's been lots of backing singers and lots of different versions
Awesome, Lisa. Thank you.
of, of the music. But that was Heidi, who sang on Love Is Dead, which is my second record, and then Emporia, my third record.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know, every now and then, like I just felt like letting her like kind of take the lead. And
Yeah.
and
great mix
I
of
still
voices.
yeah, we'd done a lot of singing together and a lot of harmonies together. Yeah, I still perform the song, and like when she's available, and she's actually pretty well known in the Carolinas for her singing herself, so she's pretty busy. But we do, you know, when we get a chance, we do that stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of it's one of my songs, but you know, definitely performed by Heidi for sure.
Yeah. CQ says, reminds me of the kiddos and I dancing to songs in the living room. I love that. That's great.
Yeah, it was a really
video
cool.
was really fun.
Yeah, it was a really cool deal. And those girls are like they're modern dancers in New York, and we just happened to we were really lucky one day, and he had a vision, and he got these girls, and they're like, well, I don't want you to dance directly to the music. I want you to like just go. And so they were like, okay. And so they just set up a radio on the beach, and they just sort of improvised their own thing. And I was like, I thought it was really neat. And I like the fact that they were just not really paying attention to trying to make it to like some sort of Britney Spears, sort of like to the beat, to the everything. And it kind of lent some, you know, some nice touches to the song. So there you go.
Yeah, it was great. Well, thank you for sharing it here with us. Appreciate it always.
Oh, welcome.
All right. Okay, this next song is a song I just heard today over at Songs from the Rua Room. He had a live earlier today, and this was a song that he played over there. I might be playing a few songs from over there today because there were so many great artists. If you're not aware or following Songs from the Rua Room, that's Dahi. He's in Belgium and has a studio and promotes singer-songwriters and independent artists, and has a great community over there, really inviting, and a lot of amazing musicians. So go check him out. I'll post his link as well. This is Elena Diana and Roadrunners. Here we go.
Two, three, four. Chase until the sun goes down. Where do we go from here? Follow road signs headed south. I've never forsaken this town. Forget me out. Think I might as well see what it's all about. Stargazer, heads way past the clouds. Would you take me there? Away from all the crowds. I won't drive that interstate all the way down to the darkest places. My mind runs a mile a minute. I can't help getting caught up in it. I gotta dig my heels in the ground. Gotta reach that water to cool me down. Like a tidal break, sinking into the earth shape. That's a weird embrace. How missing it makes my heart ache. Good things come to those who wait and skip the ones who hesitate. My mind runs a mile a minute. I can't help getting caught up in it. I gotta dig my I gotta dig my heels in the ground. Gotta reach that water to cool me down. Gotta reach that water to cool me down. Gotta reach that water.
Beautiful song. I just love that. I'm glad so many of you did too. Yeah. And we got this whole, like,
Awesome.
yeah. Right? Yeah. All right, you guys, go check them out. Okay, Growl, welcome back. Thanks for being here. And this next song is one that is actually unlisted. So I'm going to go ahead and share the link to his channel. But thank you, South Buddha, otherwise known as MB Heritage Farms, for sharing this with us. This is his song, and we'll wait just a second. I'm going to give Brand a second to get it up here. River. South Buddha has just been starting to put out music and has been doing a great job. I love the songs of his that I've heard, including this one. And I hope you guys will go and show support since he is just starting this channel up. He has also his MB Heritage Farms. And Anti, if you wouldn't mind dropping the link to his MB, kind of prepper survival and I guess more homesteading channel, then that would be great. Definitely homesteading. But we can go show support across the board. So this is his song along with Mamsie Graham. I'll drop Mamsie Graham's link as well. And this is River. Here we go.
Dust on these old boots and weight on my back. Walking through these shadows, no clear way back. Every mile that I wander just reminds me once again I've been fighting with the devil and I'm just too tired to win. You can't have all the sunshine without a little rain. You can't live for tomorrow unless you make it through today. You can't love anybody until you love yourself. You won't understand what heaven is until you dealt with hell. I carried all my failures like stones inside a sack. Every step that I stumble, they pull me further back. I'm reaching for redemption on a road I can't outrun. Every night I'm always haunted by the damage I have done. Walk me to the river and wash my soul away. Drown me in that fluid life so I'll be clean someday. As I sink to the bottom, let the water make me whole. If I can't find my God's forgiveness, let the river take my soul. Well, I'm reaching for forgiveness on a road I can't outrun. Every night I'm always holding by the damage I have done. I keep living for tomorrow, 'cause I screwed up my today. Every night I ask forgiveness and my sins be washed away. You can't have all sunshine without a little rain. You can't live for tomorrow unless you make it through today. You can't love anybody until you love yourself. You won't understand what heaven is until you dealt with hell.
Really well done, South Buddha and Mamsie. And can't wait to hear what you guys come up with next. Keep the great music coming. And those are also great videos. Really well done. Soulful for sure. I agree. Okay. All right, Jude, we are back to you, I believe.
Okay.
Right, agree, Mary. Awesome, clear sound and message.
Love that song.
Yeah, I'm excited for what they keep working on. Right, Grell says that was soulful Aussie. It was awesome.
Give me 1 second, sorry.
Whoops, I muted my mic and then said, ready when you are, Jude.
Give me 1 second, sorry about that.
Yep, no worries, you're fine. Thanks again to everybody who's been here throughout the night. I had a great time with the conversation, and now I'm having a good time just relaxing with you all. Appreciate you. All right. We do have the Backstage Speakeasy. Remember, it's now on Fridays instead of Sundays, and that'll be at 11 p.m. Like I said earlier, we're doing a documentary that's just an hour long about the mRNA vaccines, and it's like a really good breakdown of how they work and also the effects of them, and having to do with COVID vaccines and everything, but also how mRNA is planned to be used in the future. And then we'll be watching Atlas Shrugged, which is a really great movie by Ayn Rand, based off the book by Ayn Rand. For any who haven't seen it, a lot to dive into on that one too. So hopefully I'll see some of you backstage for that on Friday night. All right, Jude, now we're all set. Go for it.
Okey dokey. It's amazing how you can speak right to my heart without saying a word. You can light up the dark. Try as I may, I can never explain what I hear when you don't say a thing. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. The touch of your hand says you'll catch me wherever I go. You say it best when you say nothing at all. All day long I can hear people talking out loud. But when you hold me near, you drown out the crowd. Try as they may, they can never define what's been said between your heart and mine. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. The touch of your hand says you'll catch me wherever I go. You say it best when you say nothing else.
say it bears when you say nothing at all. You say it best when you say nothing at all. You say it best when you say nothing at all. That smile on your face, the truth in your eyes, the touch of your hand lets me know that you need me. You say it best when you say nothing at all. You say it best when you say nothing at all. You say it best when you say nothing at all.
Beautifully done, Jude. And I love that
Thank
song.
you,
It's a
thank
great
you.
one.
Oh yeah.
You always have nice song selection. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and play a video and then we'll go to you, Lowry, right after that. Okay, this is one of the latest from Oliver Anthony. This is Dirty Old Town. Here we go.
Didn't even know what I was doing.
At my love, yeah, are the gas works wall. Dreamed a dream by the old canal. Well, I kissed my girl by the factory wall. Dirty old town, dirty old town. Clouds are drifting across the moon. Cats are prowling on their feet. Spring's a girl, the streets at night. Dirty old town, dirty old town. Be a big sharp axe, shining steel, tempered in the fire. I'll chop you down like an old dead tree. Dirty old town, dirty old town. Dreamed a dream by the old canal. Well, I kissed my girl by the factory wall. Dirty old town, dirty old town. Town.
I got you, yeah.
Oh, that was lovely. That
Yeah.
was nice. That sounded good.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Right? I love Oliver Anthony. He's fantastic. Yeah. And I mean, there's something about, I don't know, the timbre of his voice. Like it just like reverberates, right? Like it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lowry, you all set? And Stuart, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, let me see. You want to test me out real fast here? I'm still getting used to the new place. You getting that?
Yep, sounding good so far. Oh, no, something just went kind of wonky for a second there. Hold on. Yeah. Let me turn off your echo cancellation. Okay, now try.
Yep. That good?
Great.
Awesome. All right. Head in your hand, the psalm in the hands of the charm around. Your hand in your hand, the hand in your arm. Your hand in his arm, the haystack charm around your neck. Strung out and thin, calling some friend, trying to catch some check. He's acting dumb. That's what you've come to expect. Needle in the hay, needle in the hay. He's wearing your clothes, head down to toes, a reaction to you. You say you know what he did, but you idiot kid, you don't have a clue. Sometimes it's caught in the eye, but you're pulling him through. Needle in the hay, needle in the hay, needle in the hay. Touching this dirty retreat, falling out on 6 and power, dead swept in my teeth. Gonna walk, 4 more blocks plus the one in my break. And then on the stairs into the man, he's gonna think it okay. I can beat myself, I don't wanna talk. Talking to cure so I can be quiet whenever I want. So leave me alone. You ought to be proud, I'm getting good marks. Needle in the hay, needle in the hay, needle in the hay, needle in the hay. That was the first one on that one.
That was fantastic, Lowry.
That's Elliott Smith.
Great.
That was Elliott Smith. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
I also fucking botched it.
You singing and playing tonight. You sounded great.
Yeah,
no,
thank
it's
you.
very relaxed vibes.
I like
thought
that
it
one.
was awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, man.
All right. Thanks so much, Lowry. Are you able to stick around for a little bit?
You know, I'm just kind of every now and then it's just I think about a song and I want to sort of play it if it comes up, but I'll definitely in the background and I'm just gonna listen and then maybe I'll just wave at you in a little bit if I think.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
All right.
Yep.
Cheers.
Awesome. All right. Fantastic. Glad you're here, Lowry, and you too, Nico, in the background there somewhere. All right, Ante shared a link to a great video. This is one that I was hoping to share tonight. that Anti had shared with me, and it is really great information. And we were actually talking about veterans, and this is something that could be really monumental for them, but also for others. So check that out when you get a chance. Thanks, Anti. All right. Great job, Lowry. And Mary, I'm glad you're here. And glad you guys are here for this next song. All right, this next one is by Buzzacino and the Bear. Many of you know Buzzacino. He's been around for a while and a lot of different communities that many of us are a part of. And this song is, he has published poetry and he's sung some songs up on panel and stuff before too. But this is kind of a new venture that he and the Bear are working on together in creating music and actually creating an album as well. So there are things in the works, and this is a new channel. So again, if you're able to go over and subscribe and show some support, maybe leave a comment, that would be fantastic. And this is their song, Enough is Enough. Here we go.
I am human, born with the right. For this life I'm allowed to fight. Do the best I can to be free. The world knows this is liberty. To go where we want to go. To know what we want to know. To be all that we can be. We have the right to destiny. I'm alive, so stop keeping me down. You're treating me like your personal clown. You won't back off, making things so tough. It's time to stop this. Enough is enough. As we journey through this life, cause no trouble and no strife. Life at best more problem free, in a more stable society, where children can safely grow, where the music can always flow, to be part of nature's dance, and truly give love its chance. I'm alive, so stop keeping me down. You're treating me like your personal clown. You won't back off, making things so tough. It's time to stop this. Enough is enough. So as we walk along our path, we learn to cry and learn to laugh. For these feelings that we feel makes our reality seem real. Perception sees more every day, where wisdom grows and shows the way. So to be smiling at the end is truly alright, my friend. I'm alive, so stop keeping me down. You're treating me like your personal clown. You won't back off, making things so tough. It's time to stop this. Enough is enough. I'm alive, so stop keeping me down. You're treating me like your personal clown. You won't back off, making things so tough. It's time to stop this. Enough is enough. It's time to stop this. Enough is enough.
All right. Awesome song. Well done to Buzzacino.
Awesome.
Yeah, a little bit of a Bob Marley reggae vibe there. I heard that.
It
Yeah.
feels like this almost could be like a Bob Marley song.
Right? Yeah, it was great vibes, that's for sure. Okay, fantastic. Okay, I am somehow behind in chat. Sorry, guys. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up 2 more songs kind of back to back here, and then we'll go back to you, Jude. And these are songs that are for the something something contest or challenge. I always get it wrong. Something something challenge that right? Yeah, agreed. Easy Intel. I want a bear that can play a violin. Sounds like a good plan to me. This is a challenge that Nuke puts on his channel, and I actually had just shared on my community post the latest poll. He puts out a poll of different images. For this upcoming 2-week challenge, it's an artist that they know, and all of the images are by that artist. They're all awesome, so go and check them out. You can find them on my community tab or my post tab, I guess it is now. From today, and they Nuke's challenge, they give you 2 weeks to pick off of whichever image is voted on. They have 2 weeks to then create songs based off of that image and what it inspires for them. So really amazing. I've been really enjoying all of the songs that have been created from these challenges. And this first one, so this is from the last challenge that was just completed, and this is Nuke Utah. It used to be, now New the Rhine. Here we go. Absolutely stunning. Love that, Nuke. It's one of my favorites of yours, I think, so far, and I've enjoyed all of your songs. Yeah, very relaxing, exactly. Beautiful imagery. And yes, I think it was Growl said, is that, yeah, so the song was written for the image. Absolutely, yes. And the next song is also written for that same image, and it is by Katie, also known as Dragon Lily, and it is called Tides of Ryujin. Really beautifully done. They both are so talented, and yeah, I think it was a perspective thing there too, Grell. Yeah, dark sand. And I think it's a great concept as well. I'm glad you guys are into it too. All right, here we go. Tides of Ryujin by Katie, Dragon Lily. Beautifully done by Katie. I really enjoy what they're both doing. That was stunning. And I like that they both had kind of similar, I think, sort of feel, to the image. It's interesting how that worked out. Beautiful, right? The flutes were nice. I agree. Beautifully done. I didn't see it, girl. I'll have to look again later. I like that, Elgo. Elgo says, I hear a Renaissance festival in this. Yeah, beautifully done. All right, Jude, you are up next.
Ookity dookity.
I'm going to go back and look though for sure. Mary says she sees it. All right. Thank you, Jude. I can see that guy.
the day we arrive on the planet, blinking step into the sun. There's more to be seen that can never be seen, more to do than can never be done. Some say eat or be eaten, some say live and let live. But all are agreed as they join the stampede, you should never take more than you give in the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place on the path unwinding in the circle of life. Some of us fall by the wayside, and some of us soar into the stars, and some of us sail through our troubles, and some have to live with the scars. There's far too much to take in here, more to find than can ever be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky keeps great and small on the endless round in the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place on the path unwinding in the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place on the path unwinding in the circle of life, in the circle of life, in the circle of life.
Well done, Jude. That's always a fun song to hear.
Thank you. Oh yeah.
That's from my childhood, kind of the sort of the beginning of junior high type range, I think. Yeah, really fun. I remember going on road trips with that song playing. It was on the radio all the time. Yeah, big voice there, right? Absolutely. Really well done. Okay, thanks, Jude. Okay, this next song I'm really excited to share with you guys. This is a collaboration of Zeo Fender and Scars and Shadows, and it is their cover of Nights in White Satin, Like Only They Can Do It. Really beautifully done. I'll be sharing both of their links in the chat. Here we go. Absolutely stunning. Like I said in the chat, I like that better than the original, and I like that song already. Amazing. Zio and Scars and Shadows, everything I hoped that a collaboration of the two of you would be. That was fantastic. And I hope you guys are going to do some more collaborations in the future. Beautiful. Really well done. And Zio, I'm glad you came into the chat listening from work. Much love to you. All right. Yeah. Blown away, right, Elgo? Absolutely. Right? Growl says it could be a 19-minute long song. Yeah, I'd be here for it. That's funny because we're all pestering Zio all the time about making his songs longer. That's how I feel about all of Zio's songs. Scars and Shadows, too. Mesmerizing. All right. Beautiful. Okay. All right. This next song is by Donna Mitchell. This is her song, Autumn Waits. Here we go. Absolutely stunning by Donna Mitchell. Make sure that you guys are subbed and check out her music. She's been putting out a lot lately. Beautiful. She does live streams also, so go check out and make sure that your notifications are set. Beautifully done, and I love the video as well. I like how she shows her playing, but then also puts like the video in there as well. Really beautifully done. I'm glad you guys are all along for this ride tonight. It's kind of a nice, relaxing, calm night so far. with music, and I'm enjoying it. I'm glad you guys are all here. Right, exactly, Mary. Agreed. Thanks, Elf. And good to see you, Tuck. Thanks for coming in. Much love to you. All right. Okay. Jude, are you able to stick around? I thought I'd follow that up with one more and then go to you right after that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, fantastic. Okay, this next song is by Frank Mel. Frank was here earlier in the chat, and this is The Shattered Kingdom, Destiny Awaits. Here we go. Absolutely beautifully done by Frank Mel. Make sure you guys go and check out his channel. Really well done. Yeah, and I like the videos. I don't mind AI being used for videos and things like that. To me, that part, that makes sense to me. Although there is something pretty amazing about the people who take the time to make their videos that are using their own footage or even just the stock footage that they find online too. But I think there's something kind of cool about the AI for what it's worth for the videos. But yeah, beautifully done, Frank, and very transporting. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that one as well. Okay, Jude, it is back to you.
See how I can do on this one here. When peace like a river attended my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. Though Satan should buffet, trials should come, let this blessed assurance control that Christ
Oh, beautiful, Jude. I love that song. That one is
you.
like it is for many. That one's special to me. So I'm really glad you sang that tonight.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. All right. Thank you, Jude. Okay. Are you able to stick up here for one more song? Or one more round and then a song?
I can.
Poughkeepsie, not Poughkeepsie. Yeah. Yeah. AI, we can tell AI from, okay, if you put in any of the names around here, like Snoqualmie or Puyallup, AI doesn't know what to do with it, I'm sure. Right, Tess? Beautiful singing, Jude. I agree. All right. Awesome, Jude. Thank you. Okay. Good to see you, Chris. Thanks for being here. All right. Yeah, I agree. That was amazing. Sounded really beautiful, Jude. Okay. The soul is the source. I agree, Wayne. I do. Okay, this next song, speaking of the soul, this is a cover of Fix You with improvisation by Rune and Rune Svensson. And Rune does live streams. He does pop-up live streams. Make sure you're subbed because I'm telling you, it's like one of the chillest places on the internet. And Rune is just such a great person and he's so talented. And one of the things that we've noted about Rune is that he just kicks back and plays and he's always so relaxed when he plays, but he just rocks it every time. Love this song and I thought this was a moving rendition of Fix You. Here we go.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but know what you need, when you feel so tired you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Light will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. High up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you're worth. Light will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
Absolutely stunning. Yeah, zero AI for sure, Bran. Yeah, Rune is great. Yeah, glad you enjoyed that, Algo and Tate. And right, Mary, I've seen you over at his lives. And yes, he does. He interacts with comments. Usually when he's streaming, he has to stay muted because I think there's people, it's usually late at night. He's a night owl and there's people sleeping is my guess. But sometimes he's able to speak. And when he does, he has a lot of really amazing things to share with people too. So great person. Love Rune. And I feel like he's become a brother and I'm just really thankful for him and his music. So I'm glad you all enjoyed that too. All right. This next song is by Metal Soprano. She was here earlier, and this is a big band cover. Anti is going to be dropping the links to the collaborators, which are in this, I believe, in this video description. And this is My Dystopia cover. Here we go.
This is our last mile together. Immortal love, suicide. A death that lasts forever. The price of the self crucified. Summoned the beast out of the dark, truly denied and betrayed all that ever was between our worlds. I am a ghost of sorrow, and from deep shadows I still see my heart, unbreakables falling apart, dead to it all that's still calm, now blame my heart. Unbreakable, falling apart. Dead to it all, I am gone with the aeon wind. Oh, my
Absolutely incredible. So glad you're here, Metal. Much love to you. I'm glad you were here earlier as well. Thanks for hanging out. And that was stunning. Metal, I am always so impressed with your voice, and the collaborations that you guys all do are fantastic.
Awesome.
Sharing them out here. Yeah, we were talking about in the chat about tagging, and I think tagging doesn't work on most phones. I heard it does work on some new ones, maybe, or either newer phones or newer versions of the app. But yeah, otherwise, you have to kind of set it up in order to tag someone. Yeah, absolutely, Metal. I'll keep sharing out everything you guys do. I love you guys and all that you're putting out there. Fantastic. All right, wonderful. It's that whole real recognizes real thing, right, Mary? Okay. Oh, I would love to hear that sometime, CQ. You've been holding out on us. Yeah, CQ, I think it works. I know it works on computers. I just don't think it works on most phones. Yeah, wait, give it a try and see. Did I miss it? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, very well done. All right. We have just a few more songs before we're going to head to the backstage. Thank you to everybody who's been here tonight. It's been a really great night of conversation and music. This next song is another collaboration. This is 15th Bend featuring Wolf 7 Music, Famine. And I will go ahead and share both the links in the chat. Love this song, and I'm so glad that this collaboration took place. Here we go. Absolutely stunning as always. Fantastic. All right. Go check out Wolf 7, Michael Lanthier's music as well. His legacy can live on through his music for sure. And fantastic from 15th Bend. 15th has his indie music roller coasters on Thursday night. Make sure that your notification is set because you're missing out if you're not there. He has an incredible stream with a great community, a lot of familiar faces over there, and tons of fantastic music. Jima Nana, it's good to see you. Of course, you pop in for 15th. I don't blame you. Much love and good to see you here. I also dropped the link if you want to go and check out and order a digital copy of 15th Bend's latest album, Real. You can go and purchase it there. It's a great deal and amazing, amazing album. Glad you're here, Nana. All right. Okay, Jude, you are up next. We have one more song from Jude, and then we'll kind of close things out with the final song.
Okay. Y'all ready to go to VBS?
Yeah, take us to church.
I found this and I'm like, I have to do this.
I love that version of that song. I've never heard it done that way before. That was fun. That's a great one, Jude. Good closing one for the night. I love it. And did you see this comment from Tate? He said, I want to hear Jude sing Australia again someday. Just saying. I agree. That's when you do beautifully.
I almost did that today.
I love it. Well, will you hold on to that for next week or the next time you're able to join us?
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Okay. Thank you so much to everybody who's been here throughout the night. I really appreciate everybody who is up here for conversation, the first half plus a little. And then for everybody who's been here to hang out for music too. Really appreciate everybody. You guys know that I love each and every one of you. And I'm just really glad that we have this community and this place to gather together. Along with a lot of places, there's so many different content creators that are here, and I try to get around to support as many of you as possible. Please do check out my posts tab when you're able. I know some of you follow that closely and, kind of jump around to different streams. I'm also, I have a Discord for any who might not know. And if you're interested, all you have to do is email me. And as long as I am familiar with you, I will send you the link so that you can be in the Discord. And we share a lot of really great information there, great music. We post who's live over there in Discord as well. I have some other people there that help share links out. So we get to know some new channels and, kind of help go and support people when they are live. And then it's also a great place to have private communication. You can DM with people and not have to give out your personal information in order to be in touch. So let me know by sending me an email if you'd like to join the Discord, and you are welcome to do that. All right, we have the Backstage Speakeasy coming up on Friday night, and I might be doing a pop-up, either Go Ask Indy or a members only stream on Friday earlier, like I have the last 2 Fridays, but I'm not quite sure yet. So stay tuned. Keep an eye out for it. And if I do it, I will try to either make a short or put it in the community tab so people are aware that it's happening. But I will definitely be doing the Backstage Speakeasy. So come and check it out there. All right. This final song is one that I thought was just kind of a good vibe for closing things out tonight. It's an artist that I've played before. And before I go to that, I do want to just say thanks again to everyone for being here. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat still. If you want to come backstage, we'll hang out for a while. And once we're no longer live, and if anybody wants to click that link, I won't put you up on panel until we're backstage at this point. But to just hang out and get to talk a little bit more. So, okay, this is Obsidian Snow and his cover of In the End. And before, last thing, I just remembered, I want to say a huge thank you, Bran. Thank you so much for being here and helping share videos throughout the night, and just for always being here with me. I appreciate you so much, Bran. And thank you to all of my mods who helped share out links and help people get connected and gave out information and are here supporting as well. This is really like a community channel more than just mine. And so I'm really glad that you're all here and a part of it. All right, you guys, have a great start to your week. I hope that you all, I see you all around somewhere on these YouTube streets soon. And you remember to stay focused on the positive while we're dealing with all the muck and mire that's getting thrown our way. All right, to kind of end this on good vibes, here's Obsidian Snow's cover of In the End.
Well, the past is the past, the future is not yet. The die has been cast, though the paint's no longer wet. If you're willing to forgive, then maybe one day you'll forget. Darling, ain't that worth a try? Ain't it worth a try when yesterday's gone and tomorrow is not here? The days, they are longer, how they quickly disappear. If you learn to move on, that's when the pathway becomes clear. Darling, ain't that worth a try? Ain't it worth a try to see black from blue? Perhaps it's just a point of view, and maybe this one's down to you, my friend. In the end, for these moments that have gone, the summer's still to be. And every day that's passed is just a raindrop on the sea. If you learn to let go, maybe one day you'll be free. Baby, ain't that worth a try? Ain't it worth a try to see black from blue? Perhaps it's just a point of view, one's down to you, my friend. Do you see red from green? Oh, and all the colors in between. But maybe this is just a dream, my friend.